All right, it looks like we can get started. It is 6:06. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday, April 13th, 2021 school board meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Let's do a quick roll call. I'll just say your name, and if you just say here, that's great. I will start with Eric Joyce, Vice President. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I was at technical difficulties. Here.
All right, super. Raquel Alvarez.
Here.
Mike Blessing.
Here.
And last but not least, Eleanor Evans.
Here.
Perfect. All right, we did a roll call. Moving on to item 2B, public report of action taken in closed session. The Oceanside School Board unanimously voted the appointment of Liliana Gordon Gonzalez as principal of Reynolds Elementary School. Super excited. I had the opportunity to work with Liliana as a teacher back in the day, and we're really excited to have her. Now that was it. That's all we had to report out on. Item 2C, student representatives. I'll turn this over to Julie if you want to facilitate this.
Yes, we have our first student representative, Gabby Kimbrell from Oceanside High School.
Is Gabby in the room?
We're just going to have a moment of technical difficulty and we'll be back with you in just a second.
There she is. I see her.
Gabby Kimbrell, go ahead and unmute. And if you want to turn on your screen, we're thinking that's you that we've promoted to speaker status.
Maybe she walked away. Sometimes we do that on Zoom. Can we promote Tessa Irons from Surfside Educational Academy?
So we seem to be having some technical difficulty with our three students, Gabby Kimbrell, Tessa Irons, and Isaiah Aguilar. There's Isaiah Aguilar.
Good evening.
Hi, Isaiah. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you to Board President Dr. Biggin and the rest of the board members, as well as to Superintendent Dr. Vital and her executive staff and all who are present this evening for giving me time to speak. My name is Isaiah Aguilar, and I am the ASB president and the student representative from El Camino High School. In the section of student recognition, we have Josue Martinez. Wildcat senior Josue Martinez is being rewarded the Dell Scholarship. Dell Scholars receive $20,000 as well as personalized, multifaceted support for the academic, financial, and emotional life challenges that may prevent students from completing college. They will also be given a laptop with a 4-year warranty and other resources to support the scholar and their families. Congratulations, Josue. All of El Camino High is proud of you and your success. We also have Wildcat junior Aaliyah Anderson, who is on the El Camino High varsity girls basketball team. Recently scored her 1,000th career point at last Friday's game against Patrick Henry High School. Congratulations, Aaliyah. Regarding clubs and organizations, March 28th, Sunday, the Sunday before we returned back to school, our El Camino programs ASB and PALS hosted freshman tours in the morning in small groups, socially distanced and all masked. We invited freshmen and new transfer students to school to be shown around campus since this would be their first time. ASB has also had a virtual week of activities and spirit days in remembrance of the 1-year mark since we've been on lockdown, which was the Monday of March 8th to March 12th, Friday. And on the Saturday, March 13th, we hosted a virtual pep rally on our school's ASB Instagram account. It was a video collage with performances from our school's talented groups, Cheer, POM, and ECDC. The week before going back to school, ASB made posters to be hung around school for the freshman tours, as well as posters for all of our sports games. Right now, we are excited to be discussing new ideas and projects that we can do now that we are back on campus. We also have Cheer and POM. On March 15th, Wildcat Cheer Team and POM Dance Group helped McAuliffe Elementary welcome back their students on their first day of school. And finally, sports. We're happy to share that sports, including football, cheer, boys and girls basketball, girls volleyball, softball, and water polo, all had their senior night events and their games. Athletes got to walk down with their families and friends. Thank you all for your time, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Sounds like a lot of fun things at El Camino High School. Great. Do we have either Gabby or Tessa ready to go?
We do not. They're not in the room, Stacy, so we can move forward in the agenda.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so the next item is 2D, approval of agenda. I'll call for a motion.
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any discussion or changes? Nope. All right, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the agenda?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to item 3, the superintendent's report. Dr. Vitale?
Yes, President Begin, we have a lot of good news to share tonight, and actually needed to prepare a little slide deck so that we could contain all of the good news. So I think Mr. Moon will probably be transitioning our screens to the good news slide deck. And first, I want to invite into the room the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club, Jody Diamond. Jody is going to share a few words with us about the Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year. The selection is one of our students from El Camino High School, Mansa Ayala. And so Jody's going to talk about her a little bit, and then we're going to watch a video that Mansa produced to talk about what the Boys and Girls Club means to her, and what the impact of this is and what leadership means to her. It's an outstanding video, and we're very proud of her. So Jody, if you will jump on and share some information about the Boys and Girls Club, what a powerful and amazing honor this is for Monse, and anything else you'd like to say. So Jody, the mic is yours.
Thanks so much. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Jody Diamond, CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of Oceanside. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to keep my remarks brief, as I know that you have a really full agenda tonight. It's been such an unconventional year in so many ways, but we still have extraordinary youth, and we are thrilled to be able to continue the tradition of Youth of the Year. Youth of the Year is Boys and Girls Clubs of America's premier recognition program for club members. To be selected as Youth of the Year is the highest honor a youth member can receive. The title recognizes the outstanding contributions that the member has made to their family, community, school, and Boys and Girls Clubs, as well as any personal challenges and obstacles they have overcome. I would love to introduce you to our Boys and Girls Clubs of Oceanside 2021 Youth of the Year, Monse Ayala. Monse has been attending Boys and Girls Clubs of Oceanside since she was in kindergarten and is now a senior at El Camino High School with plans to attend Miracosta College upon graduation. It is wonderful to be able to share with you this remarkable young lady. So please enjoy this video.
Hi everyone, my name is Monse. I'm 17. I go to El Camino High School. I've been a club member for 12 years at the Boys and Girls Club of Oceanside Townside. The thing I like most about the club is the ability to make new friends and meet new people. I also really like the team group and all the field trips that we go on. It's really great life experiences. My best club memory is being a part of the teen groups and doing arts and crafts. My future plans are to go to college, study business administration, and hopefully get my MBA. I hope to get into art and fashion or media because media is at the forefront of the world, shaping and influences many people's opinions today. The pandemic has challenged me to be a lot more self-reliant as we're doing school at home now, so I have to manage my hours a lot more carefully. I've also found a newfound appreciation for things that once used to be monotonous, like going to grocery shopping or going to school. Being a leader means to me to be a positive influence and encourage those around me to reach their fullest potential. One of the biggest issues surrounding teens today is drug usage, self-confidence, and comparison. The club provides youth a better opportunity to see themselves in a positive light. I'm so grateful for the club to have provided me a safe place to be at and meet new friends from all different backgrounds. It's true. Great futures start here.
Jody, thank you so much for taking the time to come to our meeting to introduce Monse in the video. And we're very proud of you, Monse, and your accomplishments. So Mr. Moon will bring us back to our good news slide deck. And the next slide on the deck is our OUSD Employees of the Year. First off, we have our Classified Employees of the Year. Regina Basanis, Special Education Paraprofessional at Ousd Elementary. And 8.5 years in OUSD. Ms. Basanis is one of the MVPs of Ousd Elementary, who cares for all students across the campus. She freely gives of her time to interact with students and support the school in various ways, including making an annual motivation bulletin board, and with this year's theme being tough times don't last, tough teams do. And it is beautiful. I've seen it. It's gorgeous. Ms. Basanis will go on as a finalist for San Diego County's Classified Employee of the Year. Congratulations to you, Regina. Our next Classified Employee of the Year is Alan Sanders. Alan Sanders is the lead custodian at Oceanside High School, 30 years in the district. Mr. Sanders is known as a pillar of Oceanside High. He is devoted to all aspects of his work and demonstrates a leadership style that makes others want to work alongside him. He is warm, kind, and dear to all on the OHS campus. Congratulations to you, Alan. Our Teachers of the Year. First, Alyssa Schramm, 4th grade teacher at Del Rio Elementary, 8 years teaching. Ms. Schramm is a known advocate for all her students. She builds relationships to positively impact student learning, has a contagious enthusiasm, and continues to develop her powerful instructional strategies. She is a go-to person for her staff and goes above and beyond to support the Del Rio community. Ms. Schramm will go on as a finalist for San Diego County's Teacher of the Year. Zai Sanders, 7th and 8th grade education specialist at Chavez Middle School, 19 years teaching. Ms. Sanders believes that all students can achieve and helps them build upon their unique learning styles. She is intentional in engaging parents and helps fellow staff meet student needs through the IEP process. She goes out of her way to lead extracurricular activities and is an overall leader and unifier among her community. Ms. Sanders will go on as a finalist for San Diego County's Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to all of our Employees of the Year. Our next good news on our next slide here is a recognition for Eric Franzen as the 2021 Innovative Principal of the Year Award. This award is bestowed upon Eric from the Classroom of the Future Foundation. Eric was nominated by a peer, and this is for Innovation in Education Awards, highlighting champions of educational innovation in the community. Eric will be officially recognized at the 18th Annual Innovation in Education Awards later in May at SeaWorld in a hybrid event. Congratulations, Eric. We're very proud of you as well. And our last piece of good news is, and this happened in March, it was a hybrid event, and I had the great honor of being able to attend this event. In March, Matthew Jennings, our Director of Communications, hosted the California School Public Relations Association Annual Conference. The conference was over the course of 2 days, Thursday and Friday. And during this conference, our communication team was very pleased to accept, on behalf of OUSD, 2 awards at the highest honor. We received an award of excellence for our realtor certification program and an award of excellence for our community mailer that went to every household. And in even bigger news, Dakota Shelton, our communication specialist, was selected as the CalSPRA Emerging Communicator of the Year. Congratulations to Matthew, Dakota, all of our employees of the year, our student of the year, and this wonderful recognition for community members related to Oceanside Unified School District. Thank you, Dr. Begin.
Thanks for the good news. Great. Congratulations, everyone. All right, moving on to item 4, board reports. I'll start with Vice President Eric Joyce. Do you want to share?
Sure, a couple things that I was able to attend in the last month. The first was the Trustee Review Committee for NICSE, which is our North Coastal Consortium for Special Education. And there are a group of districts that come together to pool services for our students with special needs. And they are a continuing resource for all of our families. So please be sure to check out the resources they have available on their website at nccse.org. I was able to go to a governance with equity training with some of our governance team and looking at ways that we can bring equity lens into our governance every day and every month that we continue to work on leadership in this district. I was able to attend a SPED parent panel, which was phenomenal. So much great information. Again, some of that information, they did a 101 on IEPs, which is an ongoing need for our parents with special needs. I got to watch soccer and football at the high school. I got to go to Jefferson Welcome Back to the campus, which was really fun to see the scholars from Jefferson come back on the campus. And so for the 6th graders, some of them had never been on campus before, so they were looking like 6th graders walking in the campus. And it was really a special event. I got to meet the group that does the ACES group that does the JMS Motivators. And they get there at 6:30 in the morning for kids that come in before school and do things like Mindfulness Monday, and I think they do karate one day, and they do all kinds of amazing events early in the morning before school starts. So if you go to Jefferson, check it out. It's a pretty awesome thing. And then the highlight, I finally get to see, another highlight was that I got to see Surfside's campus. And even though the campus still needs some love and special attention, and we're working on that, I got to see our first children that came back on the campus in our childcare program, and I got to see I got to meet a lot of students who had been on campus for the first time this semester, and they were really excited, and I got to hear their teachers sing their praise about how hard they had worked to stay together. So it was a busy month because I had some spring break time, but it was great to see all the great things around the campuses.
Thanks, Eric. Let's see. Eleanor, would you like to share?
Yes, thank you very much. I attended the School Safety Committee, and basically the focus was on student and staff safety regarding participation and safety during an earthquake, if there was an earthquake. I also attended several community committee meetings, and that was it.
Great. Thank you, Eleanor. I'll head over to Raquel Alvarez. Would you like to share?
Sure. Let's see. I also went to the school safety committee meeting, and just great to see again the communication happening on what needs to be going on with our campuses and the conversations that are happening through there, and appreciate all the conversation there. I also went to the governance with equity committee meeting, or governance with equity meeting, and it was amazing. You hear and you understand all the different things that need to happen, and how we want to make changes sooner than later happen within our school district. And I love that our district is actually at that point of where we are to where we're making changes and hearing and wanting to be at the top of the flagpole and being noticed for being on the flagpole. I heard that in another committee meeting that I had gone to, and I appreciate that within our district and from all of our staff that we have. I also went to the parent support group for SPED and the conversations again for the IEPs. And for those of you that don't know, that we do have a support group for our parents within for SPED. Just know that that is out there. And if you don't know, please ask Eric or myself or even Dr. Began. We all know about the group itself and when the meetings are so that we can get you connected, because it is an important group to be a part of, and some amazing conversations are there. And I went to Jefferson to take a visit and realized how much love we really need to put into that campus. And I'm excited for what we're going to be doing as we go and look at what we're going to be doing there to make it beautiful and inviting for all of our scholars there. And I went back to school shopping with a couple of students. You know, CC invited me to go back to school shopping with a couple of our students from elementary. And that was fun because they were excited to be able to be back with their friends. And these were students that were already struggling and being back in school and not wanting to go and being there. But with the support of TC, they felt that want and that desire to be back on campus again. So I thank them for giving me the honor to be there to just see the joy within our students. That was amazing. And I think that's pretty much right. Okay, thank you.
You guys have all been busy. Mike? Oh, you're on mute. You gotta unmute. I know, I hate that.
Really, sorry. What's exciting for me is to hear all you guys talking about engaging back onto the campuses like you all like to do all the time and haven't been able to do because of COVID. And so that's really heartwarming. I know it's a challenging period here. We don't want to get too excited, but everybody has a bubbling excitement that we're turning the corner on this thing. And that's really exciting. And that's my message to share to everybody, that we appreciate the work that everybody's doing out there, and stay safe. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. And I'll wrap it up. I attended a two-way bilingual immersion steering committee meeting with fellow trustee Eleanor Evans. I also did a site visit to Jefferson Middle School before they opened. And yes, Jefferson, the teachers over there, had a great conversation with myself and Trustee Alvarez, and really shared some of their passions and their visions for that campus. I also attended the special education parent panel that Raquel and Eric joined, and that was super informative, and I'm hoping we can continue those. And I just wanted, my son started over at Chavez Secondary School, and he was very anxious, and his first day he managed, and everything was new and different, but he figured it out. And I wanted to say a huge shout out to all the teachers, both secondary and elementary, for making this work, for being flexible with us in the in-person instruction and doing your best in the situation we're in for our students. So thank you. If we have no more board reports, I'll move on to item 5, which is general consent items. We have quite a few, and I do know we have a public speaker on one. So I'll call for a motion to approve the general consent items.
I'll move approval of consent
I'll
items
second.
A through double H,
Q.
is it? No,
Q.
double
Q.
Q. With acknowledgement that items C are being discussed by someone
Okay,
of the public.
thanks. All right,
I'll
so
second.
thanks, Eleanor. Thanks, Mike. All right, do I have any discussion from the board members? Looking around? Nope. All right, then we'll open it up to public comment. And we have one public comment. Todd Madison. Hi,
All right,
Todd.
thanks. Do you want me to talk about C and D combined, or do you want me to stop after C and?
Do you need
Oh.
3 minutes for each?
No,
Okay,
not at all.
okay, then combine them if you'd like.
Okay,
And
yeah,
we'll
it'll be
see.
less than 3 minutes for both.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Todd.
So thank you. So anyway, so on C, great to see all the new hires here. It looks like the district's providing some opportunities for people to work, which is great given the general unemployment level out there now. This is awesome. It was good to see the good news about our support staff a little earlier as well. I remember last year we saw a personnel commission report noting the district gets an average of 7 fully qualified applicants in every opening, which is a number a private industry recruiter would kill for. So that's great. People like coming to work for us. A note on these orders, since finding out last year the district didn't keep statistics on employee turnover, I've been doing that myself. Adding the 13 resignations here gives us a total of 46 voluntary resignations this year. With 737 classified FTEs in the adopted budget, that means we have a voluntary turnover rate of 6.24% so far this year, which annualizes out to 8.56. According to ADP, one of the largest payroll processes in the world, the industry average for the education sector is 19.2, which is over twice OUSD's rate. So we have a very low turnover rate, which is awesome. Must mean people like working here. They feel adequately paid and like it. And thanks to OUSD management for that. So moving on to D, similar on there, I think it shows that people like working here. We have such a low number of resignations. 4 resignations here gives us a total of 20 this year. 918 certificated FTEs means the rate is 2.18%, annualized 2.99%, which is 6 times lower than the industry standard for the education sector. Again, it's a great testament to how much people like working here. And I need to point out, having managed groups of people like this, that it certainly means they enjoy working for the people they work for and that they feel adequately paid. Otherwise, they would be looking for other jobs. So it's great to see that. Thank you very much to OUSD management.
Thank you, Todd. With no further public comments, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of general consent items A through QQ, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, motion carries 5-0. That was quite a bit of items. So we're moving on to item 7, student services. And I believe we have a presentation, so I will turn this over to Dr. Vitale.
And I will promptly turn this over to Dr. Lovey and team. And I just want to let the board know that we have a lot of information in this presentation because this is before several items that we are asking you to approve tonight. So please know that this will go a little bit longer. So folks at home, get your popcorn, get your soda. But it's really good information, and I think it will really help you make an informed decision on several items that are following on the agenda. So with that, Dr. Lovey and team, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Vitale. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to introduce our student services team led by Dr. Jordy Sparks. Since coming to the district, Dr. Vitale has made it very clear the importance of ensuring that we have every support available to our students to make sure that they are successful. The team has worked very hard in collaboration with leaders across our district, teachers, certificated classified leaders, to really ensure that we are identifying those barriers that may be causing students to not have success and those opportunities that we have to improve our relationships with our community. Throughout this presentation, you will see that we hope to demonstrate for you how each facet of our social, emotional, and connections contribute to an overall successful program for our students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Sparks and his team.
Thank you, Dr. Lovey. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay. If you can give me a thumbs up, make sure I'm good to go. All right.
Good to go.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So good evening. Thank you again, Dr. Lovey. Good evening, Board President Dr. Begin, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Vitale. This evening, you will hear from the Student Services team, including Maisha Wiggum and Peter Swank, coordinators of Student Services, and myself, regarding the work to ensure student support, student safety, and student success. You'll hear about the great work of our counselors and assistant principals, how we measure student responses to their attitudes about their own well-being, and how we partner with supports inside and outside of OUSD. You also hear about how we have navigated the challenges of the pandemic to keep students connected and engaged, and how we are thinking about the work ahead of us as we continue to bring students back to in-person learning models. Our aim in this update to the Board of Education is to highlight the ways in which we go about creating the conditions for teachers and school staff and for students to do what they do best, which is to teach and learn. Next slide, please. Part of creating the conditions is cultivating a mental health ecosystem, an intricate network of supports, services, partners, data, and care for students that interact with and depend upon each other. This looks like mental, social, emotional intervention and connection, all support. Our approach has been to coordinate with all of our partners in such a way that there's no disproportionate reliance on one resource over the other. And so that our student services team can serve as a liaison and a bridge between the coordination of services and support for our students. So a mental health ecosystem might look like care, mentorship, counseling, crisis support, tutoring, problem solving, and it looks diverse in order to meet our students' diverse needs. Next slide, please. This ecosystem is made up of many parts, resources, people, supports, and services that work together to create conditions for teaching and learning. The purpose of this presentation this evening is to highlight many of the factors that contribute to the ecosystem that support students' social, emotional, and mental well-being so that they can in turn focus on their academic success. This is especially true when students experience crisis or navigate uncertainty or experience any sudden change that might impact their ability to be successful in school. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We first want to start by highlighting the great work of our counselors. With the addition of elementary counselors in the 1920 school year, we now have 25 secondary counselors, 1 CTE counselor, and 8 elementary counselors. They have been a constant during times of great uncertainty, anxiety, and change. Our social, emotional, and mental health rock for our students, especially in a year unlike any other. They met the challenge with poise, professionalism, and passion to meet our students' social, emotional, and guidance needs. This is the group of our wonderful counselors here. Next slide, please. A true multi-tiered system of support, or an MTSS model, requires that there be a consistent approach to the academic, behavioral, and social-emotional learning needs of students, and that Tier 1 or universal support be available to all students. In our OUSD model, our elementary counselors curate and create lessons to teach the 5 social-emotional learning competencies on a daily basis across all elementary classrooms, with students receiving at least introductory lessons and often enrichment lessons on competencies such as social awareness, self-awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making, and self-management. At this point in the year, over 2,000 social emotional learning lessons have been taught in elementary schools, or elementary classrooms, providing a common language across our schools with our students and staff, and effectively laying a Tier 1 foundation for all of our students. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a learning outcome from just one of our social awareness lessons in the elementary school classroom. You'll see here that this lesson was about social awareness, specifically talking about stereotyping and how to increase empathy. In this lesson alone, there was a 49% increase of students knowing what stereotyping is, developing that social awareness. And the big piece to highlight here is that there was an 82% increase of students who strongly agree that they know how to practice empathy when stereotypes arise. So again, just an example of the type of SEL lessons that students in K-5 classrooms are receiving. Next slide, please. Our secondary counselors, in addition to their own regular in-class guidance lessons, they provide academic support such as guidance counseling, college and career planning, and specifically CTE support and planning. Our secondary schools have an equivalent SEL curriculum that's focused on the 5 competencies to the elementary version that's available to them. In addition, you'll see that our counselors provide direct student support, social emotional learning. They are true parent and guardian community connections. In addition to the academic guidance, they are coordinators of care. Over 500 referrals at the mid-year point this year have been made to additional services for students to receive additional support, and 324 504 academic plans exist, with 50 of them being initial just this year alone. Next slide, please. We also want to lift up the work of our assistant principals. These folks are our child find aficionados. They are the admin on the front line, addressing all issues big and small, and communicating, collaborating, and conquering alongside the student services team. These are frontline responders. They are an extension of our student services team, and we added elementary APs to the mix in the year 1920. We've had great success with working with them as well. One of the many aspects of the assistant principal role is the administration of the Panorama Education Survey, which is our social emotional learning universal screener and SEL dashboard tool. This is an opportunity to measure what matters, collecting student responses and perspectives directly from students on how they feel about their relationships with their teachers, their sense of belonging at school, and what their experiences are with the 5 social emotional learning competencies. Panorama as a tool is new this year, and the first administration was in the beginning of the year when we were all virtual, and the current window is running now so that we have clear data to measure from one administration to the next. Next slide, please. We want to talk about measuring what matters. APs, again, help coordinate the Panorama Survey administration. You'll see here that we have teacher-student relationships and student belonging as the 2 important categories of what we're wanting to measure. Why is that? We chose teacher and student relationships and student belonging because we believe that students who have positive relationships with adults in their school and who feel a sense of belonging in their school community are more invested in their own success and the success of others. Additionally, we believe that for many students, school is a place where they seek belonging and community, and we want to hear how we are doing fulfilling that desire of our students. There are 4 indicators, and I want to highlight 2. 94% of our students in grades 3 through 5 responded their teacher is respectful to them, and 80% of our students in grades 3 through 5 responded that they feel a positive sense of belonging at their school, even during the time of mostly virtual learning. Next slide, please. Overall measures of teacher-student relationships in grades 3 through 5 are at a positive 82%, with a sense of belonging at 74%. Both of these averages are among the 90th percentile in comparative districts that use the Panorama tool. Next slide, please. The same responses regarding teacher-student relationships in the secondary grades are at a positive of 57%, with sense of belonging at 41%. While there's progress, we are looking forward to seeing the second survey administration currently happening now as students have begun to return to in-person learning environments. Next slide, please. In creating this ecosystem, we want to continue to measure the things that we feel are important, such as teacher-student relationships and student belonging. We've added a great deal of supports, as you'll see throughout this presentation, so that we want to continue to measure their impact. In grades 6 through 12, a couple of the pieces I want to highlight for you is that 91% of those respondents indicate that their teachers are respectful to them, and overall 54% of those respondents indicated that they feel a sense of belonging at their school. Next slide, please.
Dr. Sparks?
Please.
I have a question statement.
Mm-hmm.
On page 11 and 12 of the slides, where you talk about mental health grades 6 through 12, and you're saying that was 43% that students didn't feel the connection, and 41% in terms of a sense of belonging. Is this because of the fact of the pandemic and students were not actually physically with their instructor? Or were there other factors involved with this?
Right. I'm sure there were other factors involved that were also pandemic related. One of the other slides that we'll review during this presentation will show kind of what's on the mind and specifically of our secondary students. But in particular here, I would think that a big piece of it is not having the in-person connection of being at school, because this survey was administered in the beginning of the year. And then as I share, we're administering the second round of the survey now over the next 3 weeks. And so we'll see good comparative data with how folks are feeling connected to school versus how they may have felt connected earlier in the year.
Okay, will we have a survey done in the fall, or
we will. We'll
the
continue.
Second semester fall. Go ahead.
Yes, we'll continue to administer the survey twice a year in the fall and in the spring. And so we're in our current second administration now, and then we'll start a new administration in the fall of next year as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Sparks, can you
Yes.
share how that survey, like the format in which the students took that survey?
Yes, so the fall survey was administered completely virtually, so students would have done this on their devices. Each student in grades 3 through 12 have a Panorama account that is facilitated by their teacher. And the survey goes directly to them, so they would access in very similar ways that you would access iReady or Google Classroom. You log in with your student ID, with your Google information, and you'll be able to access the survey that way. And it leads you through a series of questions that focus on teacher-student relationships, sense of belonging, and how they feel that they are doing with the 5 social emotional learning competencies. But it was all done virtually in the fall. It's still being done on a device during this administration. And for those who need it, there are paper copies available as well.
All right, super. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, one more follow-up since we're in this space. The Panorama. So one thing is I appreciate bringing this before the board because this isn't favorable necessarily, but it gives us percentiles on how we compare to other districts, and I think it's important for us to have the conversation. But is this comparing us to districts that had given the survey at the same time? Just from a data perspective, if we were all virtual, then it would be a truer data point than if it was comparing us to school districts that had done it the previous year.
That's correct.
If you know that.
That's correct, Trustee Joyce. This actually compares us to districts who administered a survey at the same time that we administered a survey with the fall administration.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for the questions. All right, good to go? Great. So another part of our ecosystem, as part of our ecosystem, we've asked all of our partners to measure what matters and to report back to us just how they are doing in reaching our students who have counseling support and therapy needs in order to experience success at school. Wellness Together is one of our great partners established by major way of influence from the Student Mental Health Initiative from the El Camino High School student group. We are in year 2 of a 5-year partnership, which is fully funded through a grant from Blue Cross Blue Shield. Wellness Together provides to us 4 full-time mental health specialists who are either licensed clinical social workers or marriage family therapists, and they provide cognitive behavioral therapy and mental health counseling to students, all coordinated by the school counselor and referred to the school counselor. You'll see here that the 4 schools that they support currently are Jefferson, King, El Camino, and Oceanside High. We have an over 90% fulfillment rate, which means with the 103 students that were referred this year so far, 93 of those students are regularly receiving counseling services, which puts us just over 90% in comparison with other districts whose rates are primarily in the 70s. So we're proud of our partnership and the follow-through that's happened with Wellness Together. Next
I have
slide,
a quick
please.
question with that. Sorry.
Please.
How do we identify, because if the students are virtual and we're finding that they have a need, and so how are the counselors identifying the need for the students to be able to get them the services that they offer?
Right, great question. Students can request support. That's one way. Also, you'll see a little bit later in the slide that at this point in the year, we are averaging over 4,000 plus daily check-ins with our students, especially in the secondary realm between counselors and students. So counselors often have a pulse on what students need, what type of support, and how they might benefit from additional counseling. So if a student is requesting counseling from one of our Ousd counselors and they provide that service, but they feel they need an additional service, maybe like a tier 2 or tier 3 support, additional, maybe longer term counseling, they can refer them to Wellness Together. And the Wellness Together team immediately during the pandemic, when we shifted schools to virtual last year in March, began their virtual support as well. And they also, over time, have shifted back to having in-person counseling sessions as well.
Then how do the students know that these services are there? So have we communicated to the students of saying, hey, if you need some support or if something's going on? So how do they know that? Because I'm looking at students that I know in our community that could use some support, but they're not going to openly just go and say, hey, I need counseling, I need to talk to somebody. So how do we reach out and how do we make sure that those students aren't falling between the cracks too?
Yeah, it's a great question. There are oftentimes indicators for a student, whether they are missing a lot of school, they're sharing that there are challenges at home, maybe their grades might be slipping, they seem to be maybe withdrawn. There's a lot of indicators that our teachers, our staff, and our counselors can look for, and oftentimes just asking the simple question, how are you doing? Do you need some additional support? Do you need to talk? That starts a conversation to where one of our counselors or one of our teachers or one of our admin can from there see what type of support the student might need. So there's indicators that all of our staff are trained to look for and to pay attention to. And we also do really encourage our students, especially in the secondary realm, to be advocates for themselves and speak up if they need some sort of additional support. But it still remains a challenge that, how do you know what type of support someone needs if they're not vocal about it? We also get parent requests. So we will have parent guardians who may reach out to the school and request some additional support. And in that way, we filter that through our counselors, and our counselors either support them directly or they make a referral to one of our services that we'll be talking about tonight.
Perfect. Thank you.
Welcome.
Is the parent guardian referral, is that formal, or can they just call the school, or is there paperwork involved with that?
The only paperwork really involved is that there has to be permission for students up to a certain age for them to receive the services. So oftentimes, like in our younger grades, Palomar Family Counseling, our elementary counselors will have to get consent from a parent to support their student. But oftentimes in the upper grades, students can see a counselor or a therapist without that same approval.
Okay. And can I assume that it's multi-language too, as well?
That's correct. Yes, we have both in Wellness Together and several other of our partners, which I'll highlight tonight. We have multilingual, bilingual therapists.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. All right, I think we are ready to go to the next slide. So it's important for us to not only to know that students are being supported and served, but also for what purposes and for what reasons. So we ask all of our partners to track this information and to share this information with us so we have a pulse on how students are doing. Matching students' needs with the appropriate services and resources is a critical part of balancing our ecosystem. You'll see here that through Wellness Together, the reasons for referral range from worry or anxious mood to sadness to relationship problems to bereavement and to potential substance use and abuse issues. So these are part of the intake process, and we have an ongoing understanding of what are major challenges students might be struggling with when they're going to receive school-based therapy. Next slide, please. Another one of our great partners is Palomar Family Counseling Services. They provide 25 master levels trainees, counselors split amongst our schools. They generally support some of our tier 1, but mostly tier 2 needs. This is support that's coordinated again by our OUSD counselor. The counselor at the school site serves as the person who makes the referral, but also a parent can request this support, but it still goes through our counselor. Communication between the Palomar Family Counseling team and our team in student services and the support team at the site, which consists of the admin and the counselor, is ongoing and collaborative. This is something that we work on regularly with Palomar Family. This group in particular was responsive and resilient to their reaction to the pandemic. They pivoted immediately, and they continue to care throughout the summer for any students who are receiving counseling, as well as adjusted their service models to satisfy our virtual demands. You'll see here that up to the mid-year checkpoint, 342 referrals were made to Palomar Family Counseling, and 240 students were actively receiving services from Palomar Family Counseling. Next slide, please. Again, just some reasons as to why students might be referred to Palomar Family Counseling Service, ranging from social issues to safety concerns, family issues, and behavioral issues. Counselors from Palomar Family Counseling not only provide therapy, but they also help students set goals around some of these issues as well. Next slide, please. A new partnership that we launched prior to the winter break, with the understanding that in addition to experiencing isolation from the pandemic and schools being closed to in-person learning, winter break we realized is hard for some people. Additional support being available was important to us. And so we launched a partnership with a 24/7 care concierge or case manager called Care Solace. This provider can directly connect students and their families or staff and their families to a provider of their choice and ensure that they make it to and through the appointment and offered services. Think of this almost as like an Uber for mental health services, getting someone connected to a local mental health service. It's an additional layer of access for our people to get care when they need it and how they need it. This also supports the healthcare benefits that families might have access to. And this can be accessed either through the school, where the referral is made from the counselor to Care Solace, or students, families, staff, and their families can access it directly through a specific OUSD partnership through a website that they can access to. Next slide, please. This, again, just some of the reasons as to why students may be referred or be seeking out support from Care Solace. What Care Solace will do is, once a student or a staff member or a family member answers some questions around either substance use disorders or mental health disorders, what insurance they might have, and again, they don't have to have insurance in order to get this service. Once they answer those questions, they're provided with a list of providers in their area that can see them immediately. They can select what language they want to their therapist to be fluent in. They can do a geographical selection. And the goal with the Care Concierge service is they help make that appointment for them. They follow up with them to make sure they attended the appointment. And if the referral was made from the school, they follow back up with the school counselor or the school psychologist or the school admin who made the referral to let them know that the student has been receiving the support that they requested. Next slide, please. PASS and AmeriCorps is another one of our grant-funded and valuable partners who support students at all of our secondary schools and 3 of our elementary schools through goal setting, accountability, mentorship, and simply living life alongside our young people. They've also demonstrated the utmost commitment to OUSD in trying times, pivoting to support our food distribution last year and this year, as well as through the summer, helping with school reopenings, volunteer opportunities, all the while maintaining their communication with the students who are on their caseload and checking in with them on a regular basis. You'll see here that they've served up to this point mid-year, they've served 296 students in goals in academics, goals in behavior, and goals in attendance. We believe that goal setting is important because effective goal setting leads to long-term success. Past mentors set and help students follow through on their attendance goals in academics, behavior, and attendance. Next slide, please. Transformational Consulting is a small but mighty group that's responsive 24/7, restorative in their approach with students and families, and recognized through any part of the city and any neighborhood as a support, a connection, and advocate. While students connecting to school and their teachers and to their counselors remains of critical importance as well as a continued challenge, TC, as we call them, is often the group that facilitates that connection, allowing a student and a family to experience just the right amount of success to know that someone in our organization has their back and is invested in seeing them be successful. This team provides a menu of wraparound services and collaborates daily with the student services team to provide responsive and ongoing support of students and families in need. You'll see here that their support ranges from mentorship, student contact, basic needs support, home visits, and COVID-19 specific support. Just this year alone, over 400 of their students, 400 students in our organization in OUSD have been supported directly by TC. We'll talk a little bit more about COVID-19 specific support on the next slide. Next slide, please. What this has looked like for TC to support specifically during our time of COVID-19, the pandemic, is on the ground since day one of schools pivoting to virtual and knocking on doors, delivering food, delivering Chromebooks and iPads, and identifying hotspot needs and delivering those hotspots to families who need them and more. So you'll see here that this has been a group who really has done a lot of the groundwork in connecting students both literally and figuratively to schools. Next slide, please. Here is just a quick summary of the work of our mental health ecosystem partners and our school staff who have contributed to creating this mental health ecosystem. As I shared earlier, our OUSD counselors at this point have had over 4,350 daily check-ins with students, regular check-ins that they do with students, specifically in our secondary. And our elementary counselors regularly have the SEL lessons, and those SEL lessons continued virtually throughout schools being virtual. You'll see again the summary of how many students at the mid-year checkpoint have been supported by these respective partners. Next slide, please. So again, just to review what a mental health ecosystem looks like in OUSD, what we're trying to accomplish, our school counselors and school psychologists, supporting through social emotional lessons, screeners and surveys, safety and intervention and mentoring, which Dieter Swank will share more about in a few minutes, ongoing mental health support for students who need that, and also by extension, their families, and wraparound support that includes groups like Transformational Consulting, foster and homeless youth supports, which you'll hear more about by Ms. Wiggum, and community resource guides, expanded enrichment, and secondary learning centers, which we're excited to share some more information about this evening. We'll shift now, next slide, please. We'll shift now a little bit to talking about the students, staff, and school safety, and demonstrating how physical and emotional safety continues to be a high priority for our student services team and for our district as a whole. I want to highlight first, next slide, please. I want to highlight first the work of our nurses. Part of maintaining a mental health ecosystem focuses on the care and well-being of students. It is actually the physical care of our students. And to that end, our nurses team is an extension of our student services team. We are 9 strong with our nurses. These medical professionals are itinerant and support multiple schools. We added 2 bilingual nurses this year for a total of 3 bilingual nurses who speak Spanish as their second language, or first language, but English as their second. Claire Hudson serves as our department chair, and Sandra Wart is our head epidemiology nurse and chief author of our pandemic response safety plan. I'm now happy to welcome Dieter into the presentation. Dieter Swank is our coordinator of student services to talk about additional partnerships and practices for the safety of our schools. Dieter?
Thank you, Dr. Sparks. Good evening, board members and Dr. Vitale. During this portion of the presentation, we will focus on our safety procedures, practices, and partnerships. To begin, safety is important because learning environments that support physical and emotional safety are linked to improve student outcomes. Our schools address safety in a variety of areas, including violence, bullying, harassment, and substance abuse. Our recent investments in protocols and practices are listed here. They include a new visitor check-in system known as our Raptor Visitor Management System, a protocol that was developed by our school psychologists to address student self-harm and harm to others protocol. We also have worked with Crime Stoppers to bring students speaking out, which is an anonymous reporting system that students in middle school and high school can use. We went through all of our campus security assistants and officers went through 24 hours of training during December and January. And we also have a new system that's known as BARC. The BARC is an alert system that is computer generated, and these alerts come to us through emails that are activated when certain words or phrases are used within our Oceanside Unified School District Google Suite system. Next slide, please. Our initial step in the safety process is the development of a culture of connectedness. Creating this culture is essential for the development of a community that is safe for students and staff. Next slide, please. Oceanside Unified School District is continually striving to strengthen our connections with our community and city partners. Our first partner of note is the San Diego County Office of Education. Through this partnership, we have recently implemented updated training to our site admin, counselors, and psychologists around best practices to screen and respond to threats. And we brought human trafficking awareness education to our middle and high school campuses. We also work closely with our community nonprofits. This group includes Vista Community Clinic, Boys and Girls Club, Transformational Consultants, Interfaith, Palomar Family Counseling, and North County Lifeline. These groups have provided a variety of supports for our students and families. Examples include rental payment support, assistance in filling out paperwork, medical resources, and academic and enrichment support opportunities. We also partner closely with the City of Oceanside. Examples of this partnership include a city-hosted monthly meeting allowing community partners to come together and share information and resources. The city also runs and provides space for a variety of academic and enrichment opportunities for our students. And we also partner with the City of Oceanside to have 4 school resource officers support all of our schools. Next slide, please. The school resource officers within the Oceanside schools strive to be an additional resource to our students, staff, and families. They do this by focusing on providing a safe learning environment for all, fostering positive relationships with youth, and developing strategies to resolve problems affecting our youth, both in the community and in our schools. The role of the school resource officer can be defined as a triad, including part educator, part mentor, and part law enforcement officer. Next slide, please. Here are a few documented benefits of having school resource officers working in our district. If students have access and familiarity with an officer, they are more likely to report being the victim of a crime to police. Second, officers are able to get an understanding of safety concerns within the community. And because the school resource officers are trained and experienced to work with the schools and youth, school sites are able to work collaboratively to overcome issues that come into our school sites. One recent example is a non-student that jumped over a fence onto a district campus. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Dieter, before you move on, can you go back to that last slide? Is this research based on, it says research at the top, does that mean it's like we have statistics and data that go with this, or is this more observational about our district services?
These are reasons to have officers within schools. I can get some of the sources for you where this information came from. Sure, and provide that to the board.
That was sort of my question as well. When you talk about reduction in 9/11 calls, this was done during the past year.
This isn't statistics. These are overall reasons. They aren't Oceanside specific reasons. And those reductions in 911 calls really are about being able to have a collaborative partner within the schools that is knowledgeable about juveniles, knowledgeable about the school system, and can collaboratively work to produce outcomes that are more positive than they would be if we were just calling into the dispatch center and getting an officer that may or may not have that same level of understanding about our system.
Thank you.
Sure. During the school year, our team, our school resource officer team comprises of 4 school resource officers. Here are the officers that have been a part of that team this year. Our newest member, who's just coming on at this current moment, is Officer Jamal Daniels. Officer Daniels attended Oceanside schools from elementary school through high school. Prior to becoming an officer, he has years of experience in working with youth at rec centers. He has a master's degree. We also have Officer Luke Rubish. He has been on loan to us from the neighborhood policing team. Officer Rubish has a bachelor's degree and has been a great addition to our team. I think I messed up on that. Officer Daniels has a master's degree. If I said bachelor's, I'm sorry for that part. Additionally, we have Officer Tiffany Ryder. Officer Ryder was a teacher for 10 years prior to becoming an officer. She holds a master's degree and a teaching credential. She is also bilingual with French as her additional language. Also, as a member of the team, we have Officer Eddie Reyes. He is a Marine Corps veteran. He is bilingual with Spanish as his additional language. He works with the Oceanside Police Department training team which includes work in de-escalation strategies. As our last member, we have Officer Marcus Wood. He was born on Camp Pendleton, graduated from Oceanside High School, has worked many years as a football coach at Oceanside High School, has a bachelor's degree as well. As you see these officers, don't hesitate to reach out and say hello. Next slide, please. Here are some statistics for our school resource officers in the Oceanside Unified School District for the 2019-2020 school year. During that time, 5 students were issued citations for truancy and returned to school. 6 students were referred to diversion. Diversion is a program involving North County Lifeline and the Oceanside Police Department, where behavior is addressed through a restorative approach instead of an approach that relies on legal sanctions. During this time, our school resource officers made no student arrests. At this time, I'd like to pass the presentation.
Before you pass it, you said no student received or was arrested, but you did issue citations. What becomes of the citation? Is there a record kept of the student?
The the school does not keep a record of that, and my understanding of those juvenile records is that they are at that point a sealed piece of information, but I can get more information from our police officials on exactly what happens when that type of a citation is issued.
Right. I would imagine part of it would be reported to SARBs, but again, if a citation is being issued, it does go somewhere. So you're saying if we're not keeping it, then the police department is keeping it, or what?
That would be as far as what happens with those juvenile records, and from that police position. That's something that I don't have exact information about, but I can get that information for everyone.
And I also have another question regarding the school resource officers. They all seem to have exceptional credentials. But I'm curious in terms, are they on loan to us? Do they work for us? How do we share them with the Oceanside Police Department?
So they are sworn officers within the Oceanside Police Department, and they apply to be school resource officers. The way that that works is there's a portion of the salary that's paid by the school district and a portion of the salary that's paid by the city of Oceanside, by the police department. And there is the police department does pick who those officers are, but they take that job very seriously. And the credentials that we saw with these sets of officers are not unique to this year's group or this group this time. Those are the type of officers that will be coming to us in this program. But they do work for the Oceanside Police Department first and foremost.
What is the rotation then? Because if you're saying that they get selected and this is the group currently, what is the time frame? So is it something that they look to stay on? Because I know I've seen a couple of these officers on our school sites, and they've been there for some time, so they have a connection with our families and our community, obviously. So is it something that they rotate through, or is it something that this is where they want to stay, and so they're here 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? What's the time frame?
Correct. It is a 2-year minimal commitment, and a lot of officers choose to stay for years longer than that. But so routinely we do see officers that have a far greater connection than those 2 years.
Just to pick up kind of where Raquel was asking too, I would like us to think about and moving forward to make sure that we have a strong voice in the officers that are on our campuses, since it is a shared contract. All the ones of our officers that I've met are professional, and they've been great stewards as far as I could tell with my interactions. But I think it's important that we note that this is an outside organization, and they have kind of, you say, like two people that they're working for, essentially. Are school resource officers permitted to search students?
If there were that probable cause scenario, they would be. When we have something like that, the probable cause maybe would be like weapon related type things. But they would have the ability to do that.
Do we have a strict protocol for notifying parents that a student was searched or seized by one of the SROs?
We do have strict protocols for notification when a search takes place on our campuses. Absolutely. It's in board policy.
And if a student had a complaint or a concern about school resource officers, where would they take that complaint to? Would they go to a teacher? I only ask because it is a unique situation, because they're not within our organization as an employee. So there's a direct line of where a parent would bring that concern to. So I guess, where would that go?
Well, one thing that we have within board policy also is the recognition of them falling into a category that's known as a school official. So our SROs do fall under that category. So they would follow that normal process and investigative line of any other type of a complaint. And there isn't a way, just like there isn't a way for a student to receive assistance with a variety of needs. But any of those reported places, whether it were to an administrator, to a teacher, to a counselor, through the more formal places like a uniform complaint or something like that, those would be investigated and taken to the point necessary for completion.
I think I would just ask that we consider creating a specific norm or a specific space for that. Only because the power imbalance that can be perceived with somebody who is a law enforcement official, especially if, you know, a student's family has experienced difficult situations with law enforcement in the past. I just worry about making sure that the students that all feel safe and that they have a safe place to express whether, you know, if they do not. So I guess that it's just like an informal request that we consider that. Since they're classified as school officials, does that mean they do anything with discipline? Are they working in the disciplinary?
They would not be saying any kind of, the only, like, the school administrators are the people that would determine those higher levels of discipline, and it wouldn't be an officer's role to do any portion of that. If there were something that went into the world of a criminal type offense, they wouldn't be doing the discipline end, but they may do the policing end.
Right. So Mr. Swank, let me jump in here.
Sure.
Mr. Joyce, one of the things that, having been a site administrator for a long time, one of the things that we wanted to continue is for students to know primarily that school is the safe place for the students and that their number one ally and advocate is always the administrator. Again, 15 years as a site leader, I had students come to me with all sorts of things, and that continues to be the way it is. We have a really strong administrative team at all of our schools. Our SROs predominantly work with our secondary students. And so we do try to keep that way. And I've actually also coached across this county and in many high schools, and many times run into SROs who they do not do the search. They have a much higher threshold to search than a school official does. That is actually the law. But to explain this a little better, I have Sean Marchland from OPD who can explain some of these questions. So would you please turn your camera on, and if we could have you talk with our board. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Sean. I must have misspelled my last name. Sean Marchand with the Oceanside Police Department. I'm sorry, I was typing on my phone. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
The first question we had was about searches and the obligation of the police versus administration.
Well, if as far as searches goes, we need to notify the parent in a school setting. We can't just go ahead and search folks carte blanche without notification of the parents. That may not happen prior to the search, depending on the circumstances. Mostly safety. Well, it would be entirely safety reasons, to be honest with you.
Thank you. And then the other question we had was around the citations for truancy. I understand that there's a difference between whether it was an elementary student who might rely on parents to get to school and might be challenging, but we have the statistics you see on the screen about the 5 students who were returned to school with the truancy. What happens to those records, or what happens to the citation? What is a citation, actually? Probably even a better question.
A citation is essentially a documentation of what would be technically an arrest or detention or an infraction. In those cases where it's truancy, that is used basically as leverage for a diversion type program. And with a diversion program, that criminal record doesn't exist because there's no prosecution that takes place.
Great. So this is a way for students to be able to be part of that diversion type of program. And that could they be eligible without the citation? for a
No,
diversion program?
there's really nothing to be in diversion for at that point, because no. I hate to use the word criminal because in the big scheme of crime, it's very minimal comparatively. Overall, I also heard some concerns about the selection of some of our folks. If I could have an opportunity to speak to that, I'd be more than happy to.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we at the police department understand the relationship that we have with the Oceanside Unified School District. Moreover, the connection that we have with the community through the youth that attend that. So we are very particular and selective in who we select for this position. It's a position that not everyone is suited for. And we are, like I said, we are very careful about who we select and what their motivations are. We look for folks that have some type of connectivity to the community. Perhaps they have come from some type of diverse background. They have a history in education prior to law enforcement. And really, everybody who participates in our school safety enhancement team, their focus isn't on arresting kids. It's on safety in the school setting at all times. It's hard to really quantify. I know that there was a desire for some statistics, but it's hard to quantify the benefit of having, we have had crimes reported to us by students that would not have likely otherwise been reported because they see these folks every day. They have a connection there. And we don't have like stone-faced officers in there. We have people who are actually interacting with staff, interacting with students, and very participative in the school setting. I'd also like to speak briefly about the employment piece. I know there seems to be some confusion or concern again. While our school resource officers are employees of the city of Oceanside, and Oceanside Unified has a contract, and they're contract employees with Oceanside Unified, ultimately they are police officers. So as such, if somebody wants to report a complaint, there's actually probably more venues to do so. If we have a school resource officer that has a complaint reported to us, we will immediately get with the safety team with OUSD and ensure that there is some transparency there of, hey, we have a student, we have an issue, and we would do what would be necessary to mitigate that issue. If that student made a similar complaint to school staff or administration, my hope is that you would let us know so we can also intervene and preclude any further, hopefully a misunderstanding, but if there's some type of violation of policy or law, we do not tolerate that type of behavior, and we would ensure that would not continue.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you clarifying that for us here.
Yeah, no problem.
I know definitely for me, one of the things I've worked in schools that have SROs and those that do not. And one of the benefits that I've seen is around the fact that when you have that ongoing relationship with your SRO, when you do have a challenge or you do have something that comes up, you have someone who is trained specifically to work with youth, who are like children and want to be with kids. And it's always been, and it's really great to have that ongoing relationship. Because if you do not have an SRO connected, then you would have whatever police officer happens to be available, whether they've had training for working with youth or not. So we appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And I don't want to speak too, I have a tendency to speak too much. So if you have any other questions, I'll be available through the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I think our concern is that we really want to break the cycle of students going from the schoolhouse to the jailhouse. So this was very informative. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. And in that regard, I think that I would like to think that we're aligned in that manner. We don't want to see that any more than anyone else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Absolutely.
So the only thing left from our end, my question would be is if we could get some data on a survey of the students' perceptions. I would just love, we have lots of great survey data tonight. So a survey data on students and families' perceptions and maybe that could be brought back this summer and we could have a full conversation. I want to say there was a bill passed through the legislature that required us to have conversations about this, but I'm going to have to check my ledge tracker. I don't remember if it was signed or not. So I thank you so much, Sean, for being here tonight to speak directly to some of those concerns.
Sure. Trustee Joyce, could you just take a moment and what would the question be? Just people's perception of officers in the schools, or what was your thought on the survey type question?
Yeah, so perceptions of school resource officers, how frequently they may interact with them, range of experience when interacting with school resource officers. Again, it would just be good to have the positive data back up some of the great testimonials that we've heard from community members about school resource officers in the school setting. It's just, I would like to hear student voice when we talk about something that's so directly related to their personal experiences on a day-to-day basis.
I think that one of the questions might be, do students feel safer? Do they feel safe speaking to the SRO, et cetera? We can work on that offline. I'm sure Mercedes, Dr. Levy can help out with that. Good idea.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely thinking about that. Thank you.
All right, pass it on here to Dr. Sparks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dieter, and thank you, Dr. Lovey and Officer Marchand. One of the things I wanted just to add real quick is we administer the California Healthy Kids Survey on a yearly basis. Some districts do it every couple of years. We do it yearly in Oceanside, and we're able to add questions onto that survey. So there's an opportunity for us to do that as well. So good suggestion. Thank you for that, Trustee Joyce. All right. Take a breath. We're going to shift a little bit and talk about connection and engagement, specifically through the lens of what has been occurring the past 12 to 14 months. What we know is that the pandemic and its challenges, the exacerbating of inequities, that OUSD is not immune to the challenges that we read about and hear about on an almost daily basis regarding students experiencing substantial amounts of disruption to their daily academic routines and their daily learning. Our response to this has really been focused on three tenets. And the first one is engagement. We want students to want to be here, that there is excitement, that there's reason, and that there's purpose. This was true in March when we pivoted to virtual learning over a year ago, and it's true today. We want them to feel connection, that they are connected through either Wi-Fi, through tools, or through relationships. And we want them to feel and experience intentional support, that when they disconnect or disengage, that someone has their back. Some of the ways that we've done this over the past 14 months has been through a family engagement study team process, which Dieter will share more about in a few minutes. Looking at our no-show and drop list. So any students who are on a no-show list or a drop list, we filtered those a number of times, combed through them to conduct home visits on a regular basis, both through our team here and student services, our partners such as TC, and also our assistant principals at the school sites. Our 20 plus absence list. So any students who are hitting that threshold of what the state calls chronically absent, those are students who we reach out directly to, either through calls, mailings, or home visits. And positive attendance improvement calls has been part of our process as well. Any students who had attendance issues before and have improved, we reach out directly to them to celebrate the fact that they've been showing up to school, whether virtually or in person, on a more consistent basis. And we've enhanced our and made our attendance procedures more accessible to comply with SB 98, which is the Senate bill under which we've been operating during distance learning. And so we understand that there's still challenges that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. We still have a chronically absent student population that we continue to work at. And it has been as low as 9% over the past couple of years, and we're continuing to work at that rate on a regular basis. Next slide, please. As a result of the three themes, home visits have connected families to school resources like the Expanded Enrichment program. Several visits have also connected students to needed food, clothing, counseling, mentoring, and ongoing support. And the root of our visits is to start a partnership with the family. We recognize again that the pandemic and its challenges have exacerbated a lot of inequities and that we're not immune to those in OUSD. Just this year alone, we've conducted over 400 in-person home visits. Since last year, when schools pivoted to virtual, we were able to contact and connect with 99.9% of our students between March and the end of the year. And since March of last year, we've maintained an average of 97% attendance. One of the things you see on your screen here is this information that we typically leave with families, both in English and Spanish, whenever we do a home visit. And what it does is it shows families, students, parents, caregivers, and guardians what types of support is available to them, whether they need tech support, whether they need resources, and who to reach out to at the district office, especially if they're struggling with attendance. Next slide, please. Peter's going to talk a little bit about the way that we intervene when students begin to miss school. Go ahead, Dieter.
All right, thank you very much. Our connection and engagement process was created to support students and sites during virtual instruction, and the outreach approach or shift will go beyond this pandemic year. As we will continue to emphasize increasing school engagement through building a family, school, and community partnership, building upon connection rather than compliance. Our personalized outreach efforts begin as soon as a student has missed 3 days in a given week. Our initial outreach efforts include office attendance personnel reaching out to families and encouraging teachers to make personal calls to check in. All the while, we look to connect students to resources that will lower the current barriers to regular school attendance. Next slide, please. This slide outlines this approach a little further. Each school site has done extensive work to engage students with school. When the family continues to struggle, we are using an approach we call the Family Engagement Study Team. This approach is a shift from a school attendance review board method to focus on a collaboration, identifying challenges and barriers with families. And now I'll turn it back over to Dr. Sparks.
Thank you, Dieter. Go on to the next slide, please. One of the other things we recognize in student services is that the connection and engagement does not begin and end with the student only, but it also includes the family and the community, the parents, the caregivers, and the guardians. To that end, we have an awesome member of our team, Deb Wickman, who is a teacher on special assignment and is also our family and community engagement TOSA. Part of her work in collaboration with the student services team and other partners across the district and in the community has been to lead 11 parent guardian caregiver academies, 18 parent guardian caregiver sessions with over 400 participants attending. Another great opportunity we had this year was to partner with our local Chamber of Commerce, where they were able to provide during the height of the pandemic over $40,000 worth of gift cards to local grocery stores and restaurants, which we were able to put directly into the hands of families during food distribution or home visits to support not only the families, but also our local businesses. This is some of the great work that the team has done around family and community engagement, thanks to Deb Wickman. I now am excited to introduce to you and bring to you Ms. Maisha Wiggum, who will talk a little bit about our expanded enrichment and secondary learning centers. Maisha?
Thank you, Dr. Sparks, the board, and Dr. Vitale for having me. Oceanside has an existing partnership with ARC, ASAP, the Boys and Girls Club of Oceanside, STAR, and my partner, Marissa Crawford, to provide before and after school enrichment for students. Each program offers unique enrichment opportunities to engage students through self-exploration, tutoring, and mentorship. This year, our before and after school providers played an important role in phase 1 of our reopening plan by shifting their expertise in after-school programming to provide in-person academic support during virtual learning for our At Promise and children from essential worker families. Next slide. The EEP and SLCs have maintained steady enrollment since opening in August. Our providers modified their traditional method of providing extended learning opportunities for students to deliver in-person academic support and enrichment opportunities. They developed engaging program plans, hired additional staff, and adjusted their hours of operation to support students during the school day. To support our providers with the transition from a before and after school model, our team engaged in extensive discussions and training to ensure all students have access to the program. To ensure equity, students that are identified as foster transitional receive free and reduced lunch, and children of essential worker families had first priority to enroll in the program and are among the 1,100 elementary and secondary students participating in the EEP and SLCs. Next slide. The pandemic created an even greater need for additional resources and support for our foster and transitional students. We identify students that are foster and transitional through referrals from the County Office of Ed, our school liaisons, referrals from community organizations, and self-reports from families that complete the transitional affidavit. Our partnerships ensure that we provide social emotional support and resources for students and families to stay connected within the school community. Next slide. Thank you. Ensuring equity and social emotional support of our students are a top priority. Our on-site school liaisons provide support for our 58 foster and 53 transitional students to ensure they have the adequate resources to be successful in school. We have partnerships with the County Office of Ed, Shop with the Cop, Assistance League, Promise to Kids, and others to provide backpacks and school supplies, clothes and shoe shopping events, and bus passes for students that need transportation to and from school. As the district coordinator, I collaborate with the county on updates and resources available for our school liaisons and foster transitional students. The county provides monthly professional learning opportunities for district and school liaisons to engage in discussions on ways to identify and report foster and transitional students. We also support our students by providing access to technology and free Wi-Fi hotspots to increase their engagement in virtual learning, doing home visits, and facilitating referrals for community-based organizations that provide wraparound services with food, housing, and individual or family counseling. Right now, we're looking forward to our next event sponsored by the Assistance League for 55 of our foster and transitional secondary students to shop at for school clothes at Kohl's next week. We recognize that these numbers only reflect our active students in the district that identify as foster and transitional, and does not take into account unreported foster and transitional students or students in the care of family members. However, we will continue our outreach and support at the site and district level to ensure we are connecting with our foster and transitional families and providing resources to ensure their success. And now I'm going to pass it back to Dr. Sparks.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment.
Hi. Okay.
Oh, okay. Earlier during our meeting, I heard that art was being dropped by the district or something to that effect. And it's kind of devastating. So the fact that you're involved with the Boys and Girls Club, it was stated earlier that art was going to not be one of the.
We have a
Art.
great partnership with our ARC providers, and they are currently serving students at Chavez Middle School in our SLCs.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
okay, you
it.
got the clarification. Okay.
Go ahead.
Because we're talking about our foster and our transitional students.
Yes.
I have a real passion with these families and so when we're talking about, you did mention that there are those that are not identified. What do you mean by not being identified, or because they're, I guess, not listed as foster? And I know I've talked to Jordy before about it and the difference of this, and I need clarification. I think our families need clarification because I'm not sure exactly what we need to do, because there's a lot of foster within our community, and I think we need to clarify for them of what needs to happen so that they get the services that they need and that they're getting the support that they need, because I think we miss a lot of the families within our community. So can you explain a little bit about that, please?
Yes. We identify students that are foster and homeless. Number one, primarily, is through reports that families make to the schools. And by completing the foster affidavit, that gives us the information we need to pass on to our foster transitional liaisons. They are the ones that are on the ground, making those connections with our students, and we are fortunate enough to have them at every school. We also have a good relationship with the San Diego County Office of Ed, who also refers students that are foster and homeless to our district, so we can immediately start providing services and support to students. Another way that students are identified as foster is through court orders that are then shared with each school site. We do recognize that some students that do classify as foster and homeless go unreported because they don't fit into the guidelines of either being declared foster students by the court, but they are living in the custody of a close family member. And in those situations, we do our best to provide some of the resources that we have available for our foster students, like access to our expanded enrichment programs or bus passes or free and reduced lunch. Those are other indicators. But with our site liaisons, we really work with them to identify other indicators that would that they need to be aware of, that would give us insight on whether a student is experiencing being a transitional student. So it's really about building those relationships. You're having conversations with the site administrators and teachers, and we're checking in with kids, like Dr. Sparks says. We're asking kids, how are you doing? You know, how are things going at home? What resources do you need? Reaching out to the families. So we're doing everything that we can on our end to make sure that we're making connections with our students and families to ensure that they have the resources that they need. But a lot of our foster and transitional students sometimes go underreported. Another indicator that was shared with the county is by looking at our free and reduced lunch population. So about 5%, 5 to 10% of our students that receive free and reduced lunch may fit into the category of foster and transitional students. Our numbers this year are uniquely different because all of our students in the district are receiving, are participating in our school nutrition program. So those are just ways that we are doing our best to identify and support students that are foster and transitional.
Is it true that a student could be identified as transitional if they live in a multifamily home?
Yes, yes. We in our district or in our county, our indicators are more flexible than other organizations' indicators. We do doubling up. We count that as a category. We any student that does not have a fixed residence would be classified as a transitional student. But we do know that other community organizations use different indicators to measure how many students or how their transitional population is measured. But for our district, we do count doubling up in students that live with family members in our numbers.
I was just going to point out, I would really interested in making a plan for fleshing out these numbers, because the numbers, they translate into the resources for the kids because they bring in additional funding for each child.
Yes.
From both the federal and the state level. So I'm really interested in making sure we get this righted for next year, especially because I know that we can't affect the numbers for this year, but those are lost resources when we are not able to attain those numbers fully. So I definitely look forward to working over the summer with staff to come up with a really robust plan for finding and making sure that our kids are getting what they need.
Yes. And according to our CalPADS numbers, they include our active and inactive students because we know that the students transition over time. So they capture our students that identify as foster and homeless for the year. But in my presentation, I captured the students that are homeless, that are transitional liaisons are actively supporting at our school sites. So it's the 58 foster and the 53 transitional. Those are the students that are at our sites and our liaisons are actively connecting and building relationships with.
Okay, so in having that communication, so are we going to be able to reach out to our families differently that are lost in that conversation, that are not listed as foster the right way, or we're missing the gap somewhere on how they're in our system? Because I know, and I know Dr. Sparks and I have talked about, because I know with my foster, he's a foster, but he's not listed as a regular foster, so he doesn't receive the services the way a foster would within our district. And I don't remember all that and how it all works exactly at this moment. But to those that are informal, even within our community, reaching out to those so that we can support them, because the communication doesn't always go out to them. And so we look at even our transitionals, and I was talking with somebody recently that there's a lot of transitionals out there, but the fear of communicating and not feeling comfortable with coming and communicating to an administrator or to a counselor or to anybody, but still wanting to be able to give them the services. So if there's a way that we can communicate even to the community as a whole, to reach out to those families, is there something that we can do, or to work on something over the summer or even starting now, so that we reach out to them and give them the support that they need, even through the summer, through when we're getting ready to go back to school, but so that we have those communications now and in place. So as we're going and finishing out this school year, the students that are within our district know that we're here to support them and that we're here working with them, and there's no fear or shame and whatever needs that they have. So
and I agree, and we definitely can do more outreach, and especially when, as we get our students over the summer to do our learning enrichment camps, and over in the fall, we know that families' living circumstances have changed, during the pandemic. So it's even more of our responsibility to make sure that we're communicating with our school community to make sure that they are aware of the resources that we have available for our students. Like Dr. Sparks has shared, our community has been amazing with supporting our families with the $40,000 and gift cards were great. Our school lunch programs, meal programs were great. Those are other opportunities for us to connect with our community, to let them know that we do have resources for students and families in need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maisha, and thank you to our board members for following up with questions about ways to support our students who are experiencing being transitional, but also in foster as well. So great suggestions, and we are taking notes on those suggestions for sure. So thank you for those. I want to, if you could advance to the next slide, please. I want to kind of round out our presentation this evening. Believe it or not, yes, it's coming to an end. We'll still entertain questions. To talk a little bit about restorative practices and restorative places, which have been probably one of the top priorities of our student services team, our educational support services staff, and by that way, our district leadership. We talked about the mental health ecosystem and all the partners and practices and people that are part of that. And now we want to share a little bit, just a little bit snapshot of what the impact of that mental health ecosystem has yielded, focusing on how we are fostering equitable, inclusive, and affirming learning environments. So we're going to talk a little bit about restorative practices, which is, in short, a non-punitive yet accountable way to approach student interaction and student discipline. Next slide, please. So a few years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, we set goals in our department, in the student services department, at a high level to decrease our overall number of suspensions and to decrease the number of expulsions. We did this because we were coming out of a zero tolerance policy time, and we were shifting towards restorative practices approach. And our goal was twofold, to reduce the suspensions and expulsions, but also specifically to reduce them amongst categories and demographics such as Black and African American students and our Hispanic and Latino students. We recognize that we were not a stranger to the national trend, even that Trustee Evans spoke to earlier with a school to prison pipeline, and we wanted to disrupt that. And so this is something that we've been working on intentionally over the past couple of years. And so I'll share here, just from the 27-18 to the 2021 school year, we've had a 99% decrease in overall suspension events. Some of that is attributed to the learning being virtual during the pandemic, but still fewer than surrounding school districts, even this year in virtual learning environments. Just to kind of snapshot that away from the pandemic year, from 2017 to 2017-18 school year to 19-20 school year, we had a 78% decrease in overall suspension events across all of our schools. Specifically, as we look down into some of our demographic data, which we set goals for, we had an 81% decrease in overall suspensions for students who identify as Black or African American. We also had a 78% decrease in overall suspensions from 2017-18 to 19-20 for our Hispanic and Latino students. I have to stop and just recognize the incredible work of our intervention approaches of our assistant principals, and they've been a huge part of helping us get to a more restorative place through restorative practices. Our expulsions, we had 11 expulsions in the year 18-19. We had 2 in the year of 19-20. We've had 0 since, and that's an 82% decrease in the expulsions from our district. We set up alternatives such as alternative expulsion, alternative suspension, and we've had over 500 of our district trained in restorative practices formally, and we'll continue that approach over the next few years. Also believe that this have come because we've engaged in those social emotional lessons, and we've been intentional about leading unconscious bias workshops, which we know that bias expectations in classrooms, we can disrupt some of them a few years ago to where we are now. Next slide, please. We recognize, though, that we still have significant work ahead, especially as we are returning to in-person learning. Just this year, from October 2020, students across the county were surveyed from our County Office of Ed around what is on their minds. And specifically, you'll see here that students range from mental health concerns being on their minds to distance learning being a challenge for them experiencing isolation, COVID-specific challenges, whether they may have been sick or have a family member or friend who were sick, resources available to them or not available to them, and the heightened racial inequities that we saw across our nation. And so all of the work that we've seen with the mental health ecosystem and the work that we've done in our student services team, we recognize that there's still a significant amount of challenges and work ahead. Next slide, please.
Dr. Sparks, I'm sorry, could I have you go back 2 slides real quick before I lose the train? That first graph says suspension events by race and ethnicity. Could you provide us with this graph disaggregated by like rates within our district? So these are actual numbers of suspensions, but like a rate per, because when you compare these, we know we have far more Hispanic or Latinx students than we do Black or African American. And so like comparing a 116 to a 775 number is not as useful. I love that you gave us those percentages, but if you could have the rates per total students that identify into these race and ethnicity categories, that would be very helpful for understanding.
And they've also been very transparent with this type of data in the LCAP process, because we look closely at that on the LCAP to make informed decisions. So I've watched them bring this stuff up.
That's wonderful. And just since we're talking about it, another piece of accountability and transparency that we love at this board, I love that this board shares that as a top goal, is creating these dashboards on a school by school basis. So when a parent goes to look and check out their school, they can see what suspensions look like at that school and not have to chase down that data at the state level or any other level. Having some of these information come to our parents instead of making them chase it would be great. And that's another future project.
Great. It's a great suggestion, and the answer is yes. We can pull that data for you. And I also would be remiss to not mention that the SDCUA has recognized our reduction in suspensions and expulsions. So we'll brag on our team just a little bit here. But yes, we'll pull that data for you, and we can share that with the board. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide, please. So in addition to the survey data that was shared from the County Office of Ed, this is countywide California Healthy Kids Survey summarized into a graph for 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students, showing over the past couple of years, and this is kind of pre-pandemic, things that were on their mind: chronic sadness and suicidal ideation. And so I'm just sharing this with you all to say that we recognize and affirm the work ahead and the challenges that likely have been exacerbated by the pandemic. We have these conversations forthright and outright with our counseling teams, our provider and partners that we've talked about tonight, and all of our admin. And so with a mental health ecosystem that looks like care and mentorship and counseling and crisis support, tutoring, problem solving, all these things we've talked about tonight, we are confident that we have the right people and partnerships and practices in place to respond to these ongoing challenges and these lived experiences of our students as we continue towards reopening and in-person learning environments. Next slide, please. So on behalf of Ms. Wiggum, Mr. Swank, and our entire student services team, I would like to thank you all for your time and to our presentation this evening, and for supporting the great work of our team in creating the conditions to where all students can experience support, safety, and success. With that, we will conclude. And if you still have questions, we are absolutely open to those. But we really thank you for your time. We're grateful to serve in Oceanside here. Thank you.
I don't have a question, but I just want to compliment the team for doing, I think, a very outstanding job. It was transparent, a lot of things you shared. I know that other districts probably would not have shared. It was informative, it was excellent, it was very well done, put together. And we're all looking forward to Oceanside progressing. So thank you again.
Thank you, Trustee Evans.
Does anybody have any more questions for the team? All right. Well,
I don't have questions. I do have a remark though. I'm gonna second almost what Eleanor said, but you all know I'm a data person and I love the data. So I thank you all for the information and just being open to accept our questions throughout the process of going over this presentation. I know it made it a lot longer with us breaking into it, but it just makes it easier not having to go back into it, you know, at the very end of it. So we were able, you know, thank you for just being open to listening to the questions as we went along. But again, just thank you so much for the data, and I ask that you continue to share it. And if there's anything else that's out there that you can think of that we need to change or do differently, please just continue on the path that you are, because it's amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, I would just chime in the same thing. Respect the data that you guys put together, and it certainly gives us a framework for dealing with the next 4 or 5 or 6 items on the agenda, dealing with contracts with provider agencies and stuff. And it gives us that on the social emotional scale level, and that softer support type delivery of services that we do. So thank you guys very much for that.
Yeah, they definitely built the context. So I'm going to move us along to item 7B. So we're moving back into business. The approval of Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Oceanside for school resource officers for the 2021-2023 school year. Anybody want to speak to that?
Thank you, Dr. Begin. You had the information about the work of our SROs. This is an opportunity for a cost-saving partnership between Oceanside Unified School District and Oceanside City. And your approval of this will approve the contract for 2 years to have 4 SROs available to our schools for those 2 years.
Super. Any discussion, questions?
I'm just going to speak up because I am going to abstain from the vote, because at this time I don't feel like I have enough information. I would like a lot more information about climate and about students understanding and all the things we talked about. So I am going to abstain from this vote. I just wanted to give that reasoning up front.
All right.
Appreciate it. I'll move approval of the item.
I'll second it. I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, motion carries 4 with 1 abstention. Got that? Let's move forward to item 7C, approval of the San Diego County Office of Ed Countywide Plan and OUSD updated plan for serving expelled students.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Begin. Again, this is a 3-year approval of the plan. The plan is written by SDCOE. Currently, we have no students who are on the expulsion eligibility. But again, we want to make sure that we do have this plan available, because it does provide for education for our students should a student become expelled. Obviously, we're hoping that does not happen, but it is a 3-year plan and allows us to partner with SDCOE to support students. So your approval of this will allow us to have the opportunity to serve students who might otherwise not have the opportunity to go to school should they be expelled.
Super. Do I have any questions for staff? All right. I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Well, in light of the fact that we do not have any students on expulsion, I will second that.
All right. Thank you, Eleanor. So we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, motion carries 5-0. Moving right along, 7D, approval of renewal of contract service agreement with Transformational Consulting, LLC.
Yes, this is for our contract for 1 year with Transformational Consulting. Dr. Sparks and his team are working on securing a grant that has paid for this for the last 3 years. We expect to be notified on whether or not we receive the grant by May, but this is to provide a 1-year contract so we do not have a break in services. And then we will continue to seek out data and feedback from the community about these services each year.
I'll make the motion to approve that.
I'll second.
Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, just briefly. TC is a group that's filled with people that are highly invested in our community. I've had the chance to see them in action several times this year, doing some home visits with them, and I can't say enough how important they are in creating the long-term relationships that we have, servicing kids that struggle, but they know that their TC mentor is going to be on campus, and they have this other person that they can go to So I just want to speak to how valuable I've seen their role be during this really unfortunately difficult time.
Thanks for sharing. Great. Well,
I do have something still too. In knowing and the support that they offer our students, they're mostly in our secondary levels of education. So they're usually in junior and high school. But we know that a lot of the needs start to happen in the lower levels also. So is there a way to add to the service of being able to get them into the elementary for supports into that part of them, into getting them into elementary as well as middle and high? So again, just also seeing everything that they do and the connection that they have. They're usually the first, out there because they have a different connection with the community as a whole, not just with the students within our school, but with OPD, with SOS. So they're on the ground before anybody is, usually before anybody within the community knows what's going on. They're already dealing and helping with whatever the students, within our district and their families might need. So looking to be able to have that connection starting sooner than later so that they have that mentorship, because with a lot of the things that go on with our families here in Oceanside, they have that connection not only just while the student is in school, but even after they've left here. So, students that would never have gone to college, wind up in colleges and getting scholarships but still wanting to come back. We have pro football players that are coming back and helping with nutritional services and handing out lunches, but because of TC, so they're getting them to come back and still serve in our community because they have those lifelong connections. So I think if we can get them to support even at a younger in an elementary level, I'm wondering if that's possible. And then the next question is that can we, because I know we're looking at only doing it for 1 year, but if we get the grant, can we come back then and decide if it's going to be a 3-year at that point for these services that we're offering to go with the grant, we're paying with grant money?
Yes, Ms. Alvarez, I'll answer the second question first. Absolutely, we can definitely look at it next year at this time when we would be renewing these grants as well. We would definitely look to see if we wanted to do a 1 year or a 2 year. We always have it at the discretion of our district of how long we want to establish our contracts, but considering we are waiting to hear about this, we thought it was most prudent to start with a 1 year for this time. So yes, that's absolutely an option. The other thing about TC is they do spend a great deal of time at the high schools, generally, and the middle schools, generally because they're the larger schools. So it provides them more access to a larger number of students, but they do serve our elementary school students. They have never turned away any school site request. They go where they're asked to. So while they do spend a lot of time there, definitely Dr. Sparks has assured me they do go to the elementary schools as well.
I guess the question maybe that Raquel raises is there an expansion opportunity here to extend or add additional resources in this year's contract to the elementary level, a half person or something to their team? And this is the first time I'm connecting that a grant is in the works, I guess, for them. So is that's something new now in the grant? And if we are successful with the grant, the general funds that we are committing otherwise would be somewhat freed up. So there'd be some additional money to maybe extend to the elementary level. Am I off base there, or is that possible if the board desired that?
Well, we definitely would look into it. So what we'll do is I'll have Dr. Sparks reach out to the school sites and to the principals and the teachers at those sites to see what might be the approach. And then let's look at a design and how that might work with our program. And we can report back to you on what that design and how it goes into the entire system that we have of support. So thank you.
And that LCAP committee looks at all the data, Mike? Looks at all the data from each one of these providers because they're all held accountable for what services they provide. So the LCAP committee looks at all of that to help make decisions moving forward and recommendations actually to the board. So we'll hear more.
What is just the grant scores? I'm sorry, did I miss in the staff report, or is it something new that just surfaced?
It's the same grant. Yeah, we've been using that grant. It's Prop 47, and we've used that grant for the last few years. But there's a gap in the funding, so you have to wait about a 6-month part before you can reapply, because it is a competitive grant. It's not a grant like an entitlement grant like Title I or something like that. So we think we have a very excellent program. We have great data, and we believe we will get that grant. But again, cannot commit until we do have the confirmation of whether or not we have that.
Did we pay for the prior year's contracts through that grant?
Yes, that's correct.
Through Prop 47? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. I missed that. Thanks.
And Dr. Lovey, you brought up a plan, like a plan of action, almost like a system, because there were a lot of supports that were brought up in that. And I can imagine how some of them overlap, and the services they provide are different. So you mentioned stuff like Tier 2, which not everybody in the school system may not know. It's more than what everybody gets, but it's not so extreme that it's in Tier 3. Are counselors doing Tier 3 mental health services? Is that who we consider our Tier 3 in that plan?
Generally not. We would refer the students for more the Tier 3 to therapeutic counselors, or perhaps our psychologist. What we really feel is our counselors are more at that Tier 1, Tier 2 level. And then again, when we start to get into more of a therapeutic, we'd be looking for, the training is different.
Okay. So that's my only concern. Just, this is really kind of on the outside coming in, but if your Tier 2, Tier 3 providers are temporary, they're not ones that our students are going to know are going to be there for them next year, like our on-campus counselors, although our psychologists aren't. So anyway, just having that as a factor involved in what we make as a plan, the stability for those students that are experiencing those the most, I think is really important, whether that be TC or counselors that are going to be on the school site for a long time, or wherever we go with it. I've heard staff talk about how that stability means a lot.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. If there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Did we get a first and a second on that one? I think we did. Yes.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor of the approval of the renewal of the contract service agreement with TC, say aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to 7E, approval of interagency agreement with the San Diego County Superintendent of Schools for the PASS, that's PASS, AmeriCorps Gang and Violence Prevention Services. There's a mouthful. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you again. So this is another one of our service providers you heard about. These are young people who provide mentorship and guidance to students around goal setting. They are generally young adults who've graduated recently from college, kind of a little bit like a Peace Corps, but a domestic Peace Corps. And what they do is we pay a small stipend to each of them. We have 14 members. And in fact, when I went to a training for GLSEN, for our LGBTQ plus students, several of our past mentors were actually in the training so that they could better meet the needs of our community. So I was able to meet a few of these young people, really a wonderful thing for them to do in a way for, our young people to be able to connect with someone who's just a little bit older and a little bit more experienced than they are. Oftentimes kids connect best with someone like that. So this is also another program that we're looking to fund with that Prop 47 should it become available. But until such time for the bridge funding, we want to continue that service because we do see the results.
I have a couple of questions with this. For whatever reason in this contract, when we read this contract, it reads like we're the contractee, not the contractor. And we're paying the workers' comp, and we're paying things like that. Why are we doing it for this group, but not for the other groups that we're trying to get to pass right now?
Right. We actually don't have to pay into it. Because they do receive their paycheck, not from us, but from SDCOE, it really does go back to SDCOE. So we have not had a claim from this group in the past. And so it's not likely. So I think it has something to do with the fact, and I can investigate more the actual very technical part. It has to do with the fact that they are how can I say, like a Peace Corps. right? So it's not a private group. It's a group that's funded by the government, and basically we're just contributing a grant fund to it.
So if it's government, then why aren't they covering the workers? I'm just wondering, because it adds more to then our workers' comp. So if we're covering it under us, wouldn't it add to our workers' comp? So we're dishing out more money than just what you're bringing to me right here, saying this amount of money that we're going to dish out to it. We're also covering them under our insurance, or under workers' comp, and our things like that. Why are we putting money out to that when it's just kind of then if we should be doing that for TC, we should be doing that for Palomar, but we're not. So what makes them different than these other groups?
Todd, do you want to speak to how workman's comp works? We had a bit of a discussion about that. Can you speak to that question at all?
Typically, the district will only cover workers' comp for our own employees, and we work with an agency to file our unemployment claims. I'd have to read the contract on this one to see if it's different the way you're describing it. But typically, outside third-party vendors or other agencies that we go into partnership with, we do not pay for those costs for workers' compensation. They're covered by the employer who pays into the system. So unless there's a special arrangement with this, which I'd have to go in and see if there's some sort of legal language in the contract, we would not be on the hook for that. I've not seen that in the past for any of the outside agencies that we've worked with.
I think that's what's confusing, because if you look at the contract itself, and you look under, even if you look in the compensation cost and repayment schedule, you look at the amounts that we're paying out and the way that it works and the way that it's worded, it doesn't make sense, again, because none of the other entities that we're working with that we're doing have anything like that. And then we have a hold harmless. If we're working with a group that's working with our students, I have a real issue with having a hold harmless on a contract that we're the contractor, not the contractee, that they have a hold harmless on us that states and stipulates that, that it's understood that at all times we're rendering the services described here and in complying with any terms and agreement, OUSD is acting as an independent contractor and not as an officer, agent, or employee of SCCOE.
Right.
So I don't know that we can move forward unless we really actually look at this contract again and understand everything that's in it.
Is there an option to push this to the next board meeting and get more information on this?
Yes, we can absolutely pull the item. There would be no real issues with that. We're happy to bring more
It won't impact
clarification back.
services,
It will
right?
not impact
Okay.
services. We could bring it back in May and have that clarification. We believe it's because it's an SDCOE contract, but let us get the actual answer and bring it back to you in May.
Okay.
County always loves to do stuff like that to us.
I do know that they have not billed us for any additional costs, just so you're aware of that. That has not been the case.
Okay. So are we all in
so
consensus?
Can I just make the motion then to remove this and put it off till next month so we get the data and information and questions answered, please?
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. All in favor of Raquel's motion? Aye.
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 All right, so we just made a new motion. So Julie's got her work cut out for her. So this Mercedes. All right, so we're moving on to item 7F, and we do have a public comment on this. This is the approval of contract service agreement with Palomar Family Counseling Services for school-based counseling.
Yes, so we contract with Palomar Family Counseling to provide at all of our elementary schools and our K-8 schools and our middle schools to provide that therapeutic counseling through people who are getting their licensure for therapeutic counseling. These are all master's level students who are supervised by full licensed professionals around their caseload. And this again would be Prop 47 until such time and to continue for 1-year contract.
Do I have any questions, discussion? Because And then I believe we have a public comment from Lisa Turner. Lisa, do you want to join us?
Lisa, you can go ahead and unmute and we'll start your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lisa Turner. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and the executive director of Palomar Family Counseling Service. I just thought I would join tonight to let you know how we've been supporting and strengthening students all year through virtual counseling services primarily, but also with a smattering of face-to-face sessions as well. Our staff has been extremely flexible in trying to meet the needs of students and families by structuring their days in very creative and staggered ways in order to get students at all different times of day. A few things we've noticed this year is that the number one reason for referral has shifted. It's anxiety is the number one reason. Number two is family problems or family stress. This doesn't match what you would have seen in Dr. Sparks' presentation. That's because we updated our tracking mechanism since the first time we saw his presentation about a month ago. Anyway, but that's current. Family stress is greatly increased. You all know this. Financial strain that families are feeling, social isolation, and then just incredible pressure on parents who are doing remote work and then also trying to support their students with virtual learning, amongst many other issues. A silver lining of delivering telehealth services this year has been that we've had significantly increased family contact with parents, which has just greatly expanded our opportunities to help improve outcomes for the entire family and support the whole family. We're also seeing lately just both increased comfort with telehealth as well as an increased desire to get back to normal. But the bottom line, I think, is that telehealth is actually really working very well, even better than any of us anticipated a year ago. I'd like to share one example of a collaboration that happened actually in the fall when the middle schools were still completely virtual. At the request of counselors at King Middle School, a Palomar Family Counseling Service therapist created a group curriculum for boys and girls to address personal skills and building resilience and building connections. And the boys group was called Fusion. The girls group was called Thrive. After a very productive and positive 6-session series ended for 6th grade girls, the girls took ownership of this group and decided they didn't want it to end. And they continued, they started the group on their own and they kept it going on their own platform. I know one girl took the time to email the counselor to thank her for allowing her to join the club, as she called it, and talked about how much it helped her and it gave her a way to interact with others when she didn't have it, and it was how easy it was to be disconnected at home, just on devices. This speaks, I think, to students' need for belonging and connection at school. As Dr. Sparks referenced in his presentation earlier, we're really happy that we can support this. We are grateful for the continued partnership with OUSD in supporting social and emotional health of students through all of our programming, whether it's through this contract or any of the programs that we run through funding from the County of San Diego. We're very proud to be a part of the mental health ecosystem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lisa Turner, for your comments and for sharing that information. I'm going to turn to the board. Do we have any more questions or discussion?
Nope. I'll make a motion to approve the contract.
I'll make a second. All those in favor of renewing this contract with Palomar Family Counseling, say aye.
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 Do I have any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, one opposed. So 4-1, motion carries. Moving to the next item, 7G. This is the approval of the 2020-2021 Safe School Action Plans.
Yes, so each and every year we want to make sure that our schools create a safe school plan. It's a mandate, and our schools really looked at this very carefully. This is looking at school climate. So do students feel safe emotionally, psychologically? The physical safety of the campus. So are things safe on campus? Is there security in place? Are there hazards out of the way? And then the third part is how do we prevent problems that may occur with safety. So each and every one of our school sites prepared this, and so we would like to have the board accept these school site plans that were worked on by our school sites to address these 3 areas.
Have any questions for staff? I'll make a motion to approve. Okay. We have a first and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approval of the 2020-2021 Safe School Action Plan, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Lovey. So we are at 8:30 right now. We need to take a 10-minute break. We've been going since 6 o'clock or even earlier. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we will be doing item 8. That's the COVID-19 reopening schools in-person instruction. So we will start back up at 8:40. So go take your biology break. All right. I think our 10-minute break is up. Thanks for your patience. I'll wait for my other board members to join me. All right. We're still missing a few board members. We got Eric, Raquel, and Eleanor will be joining us. We're moving on to item 8. It is 8A, COVID-19 reopening schools for in-person instruction. We're going to have a staff presentation. We can ask questions for staff, board members throughout the presentation. Then we have 8 public comments, and then we'll engage in a thorough discussion. So I'm going to turn it over, I'm assuming, to Dr. Lovey to start the presentation, or Dr. Vitale.
I will start, Dr. Begin, and then I will promptly turn it over to Dr. Lovey.
All right.
So Greg Moon will go to our presentation. So this is an update on COVID-19, along with our response and future recommendations. And that presentation will be up. There we are. And so previous board direction, as noted on the next slide, is that we return our elementary students, and they did return on March 15th to a split day hybrid in-person instruction model for 4 days per week. So that basically means that some students attend in the morning hours and some students in the afternoon hours. And now we've been in COVID time, it seems like 4 years, but it's been 1 month that we've been in this model. Our secondary students returned March 29th to a hybrid in-person instructional model, and really they've experienced 1 full week of that. Then we had spring break, and now we're on the 2nd day of the 2nd week of that model. Changes since our last meeting, which was March 9th, is that we do now offer in-person hybrid learning at all levels. And I think the slides are just a little delayed, but it'll change. So we do now have in-person hybrid learning at all levels. There's some new funding that has been allocated, and we're going to give you some updates on that, the difference between some state funding, some federal funding, how much we expect to receive, when we expect to receive it, and just some big explanations of how that money can be expended. We'll give updated information on the local case rates. I'm certain that people are aware that as a county, we are now in the orange tier. There were updated CDPH guidelines, which delineated information on sports testing and the number of observers that can be in various venues, and recommended 3 feet of space between students. In addition, I think this was just last week, that the governor announced that he expects that the end of our tiered system may end as early as June 15th. So as we continue to move through this worldwide pandemic, we continue to put health and safety and educational outcomes as our focus. And from here, Dr. Lovey is going to share some good news about students coming back that's demonstrated in some pictures, and then will give us the various updates as we move through to our recommendation. Dr. Lovey?
Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So we wanted to share some photographs of our elementary students back at school in person. Some of our teachers, you can see students are hard at work. They're working on mathematics, arts, they're working on shared reading and writing, and just really enjoying being back. We have a next slide of our middle school students who are participating in outdoor athletics, being able to work with a teacher, and again, really working on creating that community in person. Next slide. And of course, we have our high school students as well who've been able to re-enter sports competition and training, continuing to work on achieving their graduation, career, and CTE goals. And it's been really great to see that happen. So next slide, please. With that good news, we have more good news around the current situation for COVID-19. Currently, this is a slide that tells you about the current situation and the rate of spread of COVID-19 in our community. This graph shows that anytime the spread is over one person, over number one, which is one person infects one person or more, that means community spread is actually increasing. As long as the number is below one, it is either decreasing or remaining stable. So this is very good news, and this graph is really a way to have all of these different important research groups come together for a reflection on what's happening. Next slide, please.
This is San Diego, right? Not specifically Oceanside. Okay.
That's San Diego County, yes.
Thanks.
This is also San Diego County data. So this takes into consideration all the cities and unincorporated areas in San Diego County. This talks about hospitalizations and the forecast. So if you see the dotted line in the middle, that's what has currently happened. And if you see the bluish turquoise line, you can see that the forecast of hospitalizations, which is a lagging indicator of COVID spread, is going down quite rapidly. At one point, we looked at this and we were up in the hundreds of hospitalizations in January, and we're now at 19. So this is very good news about the hospitalization rates in our specific county. Next slide. We also want to be looking at our county case rates. And so you can see that we've held steady at 5.8 per 100,000. We are now looking at the fact that in almost every one of the 13 indicators, we see green, which means that we are within the tolerances set forward by the county health department for being prepared. And the other thing to look at is if you look at the testing positivity, number 10 at 2.5 positivity, that means of all the tests that are given for COVID-19, only 2.5 of them are coming back as a positive case. So that's including both symptomatic and asymptomatic testing. So that's very good news. Next slide. This slide actually becomes the local data. So this is just for Oceanside area, Oceanside City. And so what you can see on April 1st, we had a case rate of a 7-day with a 3.3 case rate, which at one point, this was over 50. And if you look in April 7th, we're at 4.10. Statistically, this is pretty much flat. And so this is all good indication that we do continue to see a stabilization and reduction in COVID-19 transmission, both at the county level and at the local level. Next slide. So because of all of these things, we are now in the orange tier here in San Diego County. So with the orange tier, there are additional things that businesses can do to open up. Larger capacity sizes and venues. We continue to have a lot of mitigation, which continues to be the universal masking. And so those are things to keep in mind. As we do move forward, each of the tiers allow for different businesses to open up in different ways. Next slide. We also want to make sure that we continue, as we have had in-person learning, we've reminded families to make sure that if your child has symptoms, they stay home. that they work to get a test so they can return to school as quickly as possible. Free tests are available for families, and that we can make sure that our families are returning to school. This is available to all families, both in English and Spanish. You'll see the next one in Spanish. Next slide. As we know, we've had an opportunity in our county and our state to have all educational employees vaccinated. That includes our substitutes, our student teachers, those people working in our EEP and SLCs. They are all eligible for vaccination. Next slide, please. And this is for our county. So if you look at our county, we know that on the 15th of this month, all adults in California will be eligible to sign up to receive a COVID-19 vaccination. And what's interesting on this data is if you look at this dashboard for our county on April 5th, we had about 38.5, or it says 38.5 of residents who had one shot at least. By April 12th, we're at 44% had one shot. So at this pace, we really believe that by the beginning of May, we'll be well over 50% of our population having at least one shot of COVID-19, which based on the latest research, there is some thought that even with one shot, that does help with some of the case rates and spreading. Next slide. We are also happy to say that we continue to provide a robust and expanded program. As Ms. Wiggum shared with you, we have over 1,000 students enrolled across all of our sites. Half of our schools have no wait list for our programs. Of the schools that do have a wait list, most have fewer than 16 students waiting for a place in our expanded enrichment and secondary learning centers. And as we know, we continuously, as we gain in capacity, we add more students in, or as families say we don't need this, we again add more students in. So that's one of the things that we want to continue to focus on and provide those services to families. Next slide, please. So as we're looking at this, we are definitely putting our thoughts forward towards summer programming. One of the things that we know is we want to make sure that after this year of challenges for our families and our students, that we provide a opportunity for them to learn, and one that will continue. So what we have in the works right now is to have over 1,000 students at elementary and 1,000 students in secondary school, with all sites having on-campus learning, with both a 3 and a 6 week option for a summer program. The reason we wanted to talk about a 3 and a 6 week option is we know that both families and staff at times prefer to have a shorter session for the summer because it allows for family events to happen. So we wanted to make sure that more kids would be able to participate. Next slide, please. We will have a 6-hour program at elementary. It'll be 3 hours of core and math and English language arts, and a 3 hours of a STEAM of a camp enrichment that would be provided by our paraprofessionals in science, technology, engineering, art, music, and physical education. The paraprofessionals selected for this will be paid and receive training in order to provide those services so that students could go to school for a 6-hour program in the summer. It was very exciting to us. Next slide.
Sorry, Dr. Levy.
Yes, Mr. Joyce.
The core ELA and math instruction will be provided by a paraprofessional?
No, the core, the 3 hours of core, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't explain that well. The 3-hour core math and English language arts are provided by credentialed certificated teachers. And then the 3 hours of STEM camp enrichment would be provided by our paraprofessionals.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide. We also are looking to have bridging programs, and all students in the transitional grades would be eligible for the bridge programs that focus on building connections, the social emotional learning lessons that Dr. Spark talked about, helping students become familiar with the campus facility, thinking about study habits, and making those connections. So for kindergarten, it would be a 1-week program offered, and for the rising 6th and rising 9th grade, it would be a 2-week program to allow them to have a nice firm start as they transition from grade to grade, because we know those transition levels are so important to getting students started off on the right foot. Next slide, please. And I will now turn it over to Dr. Norman.
Thank you. I get to share the good news about how we'll be able to fund all of these different programs. I'm going to be going through 3 different funds, both state and federal, and then at the end I provided a summary slide that will take all the information I'm sharing and put it in a nice little package at the end. The first one we're going to talk about is AB/SB 86 legislation. That was enacted on March 5th of 2021. It provides school districts and LEAs with $2 billion of in-person instruction grant, $4.6 billion in expanded learning opportunities grant. It provided state audit requirements, COVID-19 reporting and public health requirements, and the prioritization of vaccines for our education staff. In the next few slides, I'll be focusing on the in-person reopening grant and the expanded learning opportunities grant. So this grant here, the $2 billion in-person instruction grant, is also called the IPI grant. Districts must provide in-person instruction by April 1st. In-person instruction must be provided through the end of the school year. It's based on our LCFF formula entitlement, and the amount that will be coming to Oceanside is just over $5.5 million. Next slide. The $4.6 billion expanded learning opportunities grant, also called the ELO grant, allows for flexibility with implementing learning recovery programs. It's also based on the LCFF formula funding entitlement. 85% of the funds are for in-person support and instruction. 10% of the funds are to hire and retain paraprofessionals. Part of the 85% in-person support for instruction can be included there. And then 15% can be used for distance learning or to prepare for in-person learning. The amount awarded to Oceanside is estimated to be at almost $12 million. Next slide. To summarize, the 2 expenditure plans for AB/SB 86 funds will be required by June 1st. Funds will be made available to districts in May and August, so we've not yet received any of these funds. And they will be available through August 31st of 2022. Okay. Now I'm going to be talking about federal funding. We have the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Acts. We don't call it curses so much, we call it ESSER 2. So we've given this another name. The part of that we'll be receiving in public education is Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. So you'll hear us refer to this as ESSER 2. Again, they are federal dollars enacted on December 27th of 2020. It's based on our LCFF formula entitlement. The funds will be available through September of 2023. Our amount is approximately $12.5 million. We have not yet received these funds either. The first installment of ESSER 2 funds will be made available to districts in May, and they'll be starting off with 25%. So it doesn't come in one lump sum. It will be coming in different distributions, just as AB 86 was coming in 2 different sets as well. Next slide. The American Rescue Plan. This is elementary and secondary school emergency relief. This is ESSER 3. So we've gone over AB 86, we've gone over ESSER 2, now we're looking at ESSER 3. This was enacted on March 11th of 2021. So it's also based on the LCFF formula entitlement. Funds will be available through September 30th of 2024. This amount is a larger amount. It's almost $28 million. 20% of the LEA or the district's allocation must be used for learning loss mitigation, and that's approximately $5.5 million. And in speaking with the county, they've not been notified yet as to when we will receive ESSER 3 funding. And so what are the different things that we've been asked? What can we use these for? There are different justifications, is what we call them, or allowable expenses. When we're looking at our AB 86, we're looking at cleaning and disinfecting classrooms, PPE, ventilation, other school upgrades for health and safety, along with staffing, and providing in-person instruction with social and mental health support. When we're looking at ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, there are also similar components with that. We also have addressing learning loss in ways such as summer school. So all of the things that Dr. Levy talked about, those are things that we can fund through ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 dollars. Intervention programs, additional staffing, preparing schools for reopening, upgrading projects to improve air quality in school buildings. So those are just some examples of the different justifications that we can utilize for spending these dollars. So this last slide, I put it all together for you so you really have it at a glance. It's a lot to hang on to because we're still finishing up our timelines with our first allotment of funding as well, which we commonly just call CARES. So these last three again are the ESSER 2, the IPI grant, the ELO grant, and then ESSER 3. And when you total these three funds, that becomes close to $60 million. And that's all for the funding right now.
Thank you, Dr. Norman. So with that information, we have our staff recommendation with our transition to the orange tier, and all staff eligible for the vaccination and the other layers of mitigation that we have, such as PPE, student partitions, our filtration system in every workspace, and our ability to keep staff, teachers 6 feet from students. We are recommending that we move our elementary students from the transition of their current model to a 5-day-a-week modified schedule to increase in-person time. And we would negotiate what that would look like with our labor partners. And our recommendation is, as I stated earlier, our secondary schools have been in this model for 1 week and 2 days, and we'd like to stay consistent with this current model, as it seems to be working with the amount of in-person time that students have had, as this is the first that they've been in school since last March. So with that, we're happy to take any questions on any of those items.
I'll open it up. Board members, do you have any questions for staff?
Questions or public comment first?
You want to hear public comment first? Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and do that. We have a total of 8 public comments tonight, unless that's right, Anne. And let's go ahead and pull them up. Anne, do you want to call them up?
Todd Madison, and then Heine Ballard, Allison Menu, Elaine Chiswick, and then I'll come back and call. Yeah.
Right. This is an important part of the evening, the public comments. So we're happy to receive comments about this item and other issues on the agenda. So thanks for signing up. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak. So I just wanted to remind people the rules. I know, Todd, you know them, so.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to set the timer and go ahead. You're up, Todd.
All right, thank you. So we appreciate the moving of elementary school to 5 days a week, but of course we prefer a full-time schedule as well as moving secondary to the same. We've seen all the timelines presented by the district on things that have been done to deal with the COVID crisis, but missing is the one thing parents have been clear on from the beginning, a plan for full-time reopening of in-person instruction. Last spring, we saw the district send out the last objective survey of parents we've seen in this entire year. The last survey to actually ask parents whether they wanted full schools to reopen for full-time in-person instruction. The results of that survey were announced in the June 9th board meeting. 53% of parents wanted to return to full-time. 53% is not only a plurality, but a majority. The district and board, of course, ignored this. On July 14th, the petition signed by over 500 parents urging the district to make a plan for full-time return was presented to our board. Ultimately, almost 700 signatures were gathered in support. The district and board ignored this. On July 18th, a group of parents rallied at MLK Park to demand that the district put together a plan for full-time return to school. The district and board ignored this. In August and September, we saw the waiver process introduced. Many parents spoke at board meetings asking the district to apply for these waivers. The district and board ignored this. In September, we saw districts with similar composition to Oceanside elementaries like Del Mar Union reopen and prove that it could be done safely. The district and board ignored this. Last fall in my board campaign, I stood on almost 5,000 driveways and doorsteps speaking to thousands of people. During various board meetings during that time, I related the hardships of parents and kids were going through. Unlike our board, I had stood in front of them and listened to their thoughts. The district and board ignored this as well. Enrollment has dropped, which will impact future revenue. The district is not providing the education parents want for their kids, so they're taking them elsewhere. The district and board have ignored this. We've seen unprecedented dollars flow into our schools, as we just seen, at over almost $60 million, plus another $20 million for kids that are not actually being educated. We've seen many millions spent, but still no full-time return. And lastly, over this time, we've seen hundreds of parents speak at these meetings, urging the board to listen to them and do what is right for the kids. The district and board, of course, have ignored these parents, instead putting together a partial plan meant to placate its special interests rather than do what parents want, which is what we've seen again tonight. It's nice that elementary school is now on the path, just in time for the end of the school year, but what about secondary kids? We'd like to see you make right by your promise to judge and move quickly to fully reopen all of our schools to the greatest extent possible. Is tonight the night our district and board are going to stop ignoring parents and finally take action to do what parents want? I hope so. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Here's our next speaker, Ann.
Amy Bowers.
Hi, Jamie. You're up.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jamie, and while I only have one child at South O Elementary, my concern tonight is for kids in all ages at all schools in OUSD. I will admit, until last spring when the schools were shut down, I did not pay attention to what goes on in school board meetings. I had naively assumed that districts operated within the boundaries of the law and always put what parents and students' concerns were first, and always were looking out for the best interest of the students. And to say that my eyes have been opened is an absolute understatement. It brings to mind a comment or a quote by Maya Angelou: "When people show you who they are, believe them the first time." And what I have witnessed in the decisions of this board over the last 13 months has really shown me that I was mistaken, that the district had the interest of the students at the highest priority. In the beginning, we all freaked out with the data, and it seemed like closing schools was a good idea. But over time, the data has shown that not only is it safe to be in school in person, but it actually does more harm than good. The state and county safety protocol requirements should have been an upper limit on making the decisions on whether we return to in-person. But as from what I have seen, the decisions made by this district, they always chose the way that kept the schools closed and kept the children home. It is my understanding as a parent, we elected school board members to represent us as the parents. But as Todd had mentioned, when was the last time you sent a survey out to find out how we as parents felt, how we wanted our schools to respond to these changes in requirements by the health department? I've seen the board claim that they care so much about equity, but while they chose to keep Oceanside students home, families who are able to send their children to private schools have had the advantage of being in school in person much longer. The data is no longer in your favor. The restrictive protocols are no longer in your favor, and money is definitely in your favor. All of these excuses and hurdles that we've been looking at for the last year have been either greatly reduced or completely removed. Full-time, in-person instruction, including lunches for all grades at all levels. Anything less than that is unsatisfactory to me. And I will not be grateful that you will be returning to us our rights to education that should never have been taken from us in the first place. Actions speak louder than words. I'm done with the words from you guys. Take action tonight so that we as parents will remember this action when we put our votes in the ballot box. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Anne, can you?
Allison Linier.
You're up, Allison.
I'm trying to get my video here going.
Hey, we saw you. There you are.
All right. Good evening, board and Dr. Vitale. We are now one full year with minimal to no in-person instruction. Our parents are exhausted, juggling work, home tasks at hand, and having to be a school teacher to their children. We, the parents here at the Parent Association of Oceanside, are fed up with the school district's lip service. Sadly, the district and board have seemed to have ignored our children from, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Seem to have ignored our children from the most vulnerable, special needs, and all students in the district have suffered enough, struggling with anxiety, depression, and suicide, which have all skyrocketed throughout this entire school year. And if that weren't enough, we now see on national news that there was a teacher from a neighboring district bullying students in virtual learning. I trust that this is not happening in Oceanside, but let's get our kids back in school. It's not an issue, it's so that it does not become an issue. The science is clear. Students, teachers, and faculty can come back safely. And if we still continue to have parents and students afraid to come back to in-person instruction, then perhaps the board should instruct the district to educate their parents on the safety of schools and use science to show them that it's safe to come back. I am a parent of 2 young children and am saddened and upset that their entire school year has been robbed by a district that doesn't seem to have their students' best interest. And so now I will leave you at this and direct it to Dr. Vitale. We'd like to see you make right by your promise to the judge and move quickly and forward in reopening our schools to the greatest extent possible. It would be unfortunate if we were called back in front of the judge to explain why we didn't do what we said we would at our last hearing. Do what is right. Do what is right for our students. They are our future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elaine Keswick.
All right, Elaine. Hi, you're up.
Hi. My name is Elaine Keswick. My daughter Coral attends a special education preschool class in the district. I'm very disappointed to see that the board did not include said preschool in the new proposed schedules. I know this is a tiny population of students, but each student, including my daughter, is no less valuable. For this whole school year, I have been asking the district to consider the special needs of my daughter. Yet the district continues to ignore my daughter's right to a free, appropriate public education by fully implementing her IEP. Special needs does not mean more important needs, but simply that her needs are very unique because of her disabilities. Her needs require her to have an IEP, an individualized education plan. It contains specific accommodations and modifications, and even a unique class setting with a one-to-one aid in order to address these needs. They are needs that are a result of a rare chromosomal duplication called Dup15q. She is the 1 in 10,000 to 15,000, my rare bear. Her needs make it so that distance learning is not appropriate. The virtual learning classroom was overwhelming, confusing, and nearly impossible for her to attend to beyond a few seconds here and there. It was the equivalent to her not receiving any education for so many months. I will say again that this has nothing to do with her teacher. It is just the reality of Coral's needs trying to be met by an inappropriate form of teaching and learning. I share this because my daughter lost hundreds of hours of instruction this year, and it didn't have to be this way. These are hours that all of the surrounding districts were able to give to their SPED preschool students for months now. Just as a comparison, if Coral attended a class in Solana Beach, she would have received conservatively 400 in-person SAI hours this school year. Instead, she has received roughly 50 hours of in-person learning time just because she lives in a different zip code. How is this equitable? This clearly has nothing to do with COVID. The educational code says that districts must offer in-person learning to the greatest extent possible. This means that if it can be done, it must be done. We know it can be done because every surrounding district has done it for their youngest and most impacted preschool students. So why does OUSD think it's okay to ignore educational code and my daughter's right to her education, especially since the district has been given millions of dollars to get kids back in class? I call Coral my coral fish because she loves the water. If the world was a water park, she would not be considered disabled in so many ways. But instead, she is growing up in a world that judges her on her ability to climb a tree, expects her to climb a tree, and often values her life on how she climbs that tree. But she is my fish. Board members, I ask you to hold the district accountable to presenting plans for all students in the district, especially the ones like my daughter who need to be in school to be learning, especially at this critical time of development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Elizabeth Leha, Lynn Gonzalez, and Charles Finn. Elizabeth will be first.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am speaking because I believe the district does not have the children of Oceanside's best interest at heart. Other districts all over the state have been able to open safely. 53% of parents in June notified the school that they wanted full-time instruction. This is the last data that the school district has collected. The data is no longer accurate. We need a new survey, but we are past that time. The district failed to do what they needed to do earlier this school year. Students in Oceanside are experiencing the painful loss of peer connections with their teachers, school staff. They're suffering a serious loss of learning and will have lifelong consequences of this learning loss. We may not ever know the full extent, but we do know that our board has a job to protect the education of Oceanside's youth. I'm a parent of 3 children, an 8th grader who does not remember the names of his teachers this year, a 10th grader who is a 3-sport athlete, a straight A student who has no connection with her peers this year, none. I'm also a parent of a senior, a 4.4 GPA student who cannot even stand to talk about El Camino High. She will leave the room if the words El Camino High School are even mentioned. She feels completely betrayed. My children are fortunate enough that I'm home to support their needs, and I know many others are not in the same boat as me. I'm asking the board to vote to open middle and high school students full time. The children of Oceanside deserve it, and their mental health demands it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker,
Lynn Gonzalez.
Hi, thank you. Hi, thank you. Good evening, Dr. Begin, school board members, Dr. Vitale. My name is Lynn Gonzalez, and I've been teaching in Oceanside for 29 years. Throughout the entirety of this school year, a very vocal minority of people, not just in Oceanside, but around the country, have offered up a perplexing idea that school districts are belligerently ignoring their desires to have their children in school. The truth is that school districts have been working tirelessly to provide a quality education while keeping the community safe during a pandemic. These are not normal circumstances by any to say the least. Oceanside's elementary schools have already gone through 4 schedule changes this year, all in response to changes in our community's vulnerability to COVID-19. Needless to say, this is quite disruptive for our families. Now the district's administration is proposing yet another schedule change. This time it is not due to changes with the pandemic, but due to a failed lawsuit. The proposed schedule has not been vetted with teachers or parents and is planned to disrupt our families with just 32 days left in the school year. Perhaps most upsetting of all is that the proposal calls for all children to be in the classroom at the same time. It goes directly against CDC and California Public Health Department's strong recommendation that children maintain a minimum of 3 feet social distance from one another. The plan still contends that teachers will stay 6 feet away from children even while having double the amount of students in their classrooms. Let's be clear, the idea that you can have a full classroom of students seated at double desks, all while maintaining 3 feet of social distancing, it's not even plausible. I urge you to slow this down. Parents and teachers need to have input. Decisions of this magnitude need to be collaborative with all stakeholders' positions considered. While vaccinations are offering us a bright tomorrow, we are not there yet. Do not spike the football at the 10-yard line. Let us remain with the current schedule and finish out this school year. Let us work on summer opportunities and a fresh start in August. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Charles.
Hi. Good evening. I'm just waiting for somebody to hit the full screen button because that'll block out my words that I've written down, and I want to be able to see them.
All right, your
Okay,
timer
well,
is starting.
all right. Good evening, everyone. The district is proposing to return. See, now they did it, and I can't see my writing. Sorry. The district's proposing to return all students to the classroom at once. I have 33 students. The minimal 3-foot social distancing just isn't possible in my classroom. The principal has been working with me, coming in and measuring, trying to come up with some sort of plan to accommodate 33 students 3 feet apart, with me, the teacher, 6 feet away. No matter what the furniture or configuration, it is not physically possible. So we're looking now at moving some students out of my class for the remainder of the year. That's literally squeezing kids shoulder to shoulder, inches apart. Why? Not because of health updates or new scientific understandings. It's just politics. This is responding to a lawsuit from a few angry but very vocal parents. But when do we get to hear the voices of the rest of my students' parents? They haven't been consulted about this soon-to-be 5th schedule change of the year. With all the various program changes, I am the 3rd or 4th teacher many of my students have had this year. Now, if our only option is to move kids out of my classroom, some of them are going to have to be moved and get another teacher for the last few weeks of school. And we need to be honest with the community. These proposed changes won't have a significant impact on the minutes of instruction. They will not increase social and emotional support programs and services. These program changes weren't designed to help students. They're designed for the adults. They will make life easier for some of the parents and administrators while placing a burden on classrooms. My 5th graders understand why we do social distancing, and they can see through this ridiculous notion that you'll have social distancing outdoors at recess and then pack people into an indoor classroom with no social distancing. I want to teach my students. I want to be with my students. I want them to be successful, but I want them to be safe above all. So I'm urging you to slow down this push for putting everybody in the room at the same time. We could accomplish as much with much greater safety just by using our existing schedule and adding students back on campus on Wednesdays. They'd still be in their AB cohorts, not crowded, still socially distanced, but more time and every day at school. Please pause and talk to the parents of all the students and all the stakeholders and find out what we need before you continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers, Anne?
No, we do not. Sean Heskew is not in the room.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna shift into, let's see if we have any questions for staff. So we'll bring Dr. Levy back up. And I'll turn it over to my board colleagues. Does anybody have any questions about that presentation?
The bridge program, could you, this is way in the way back. Could you explain the bridge program in a little bit more detail about what that looks like? It said 1 or 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks for for 6th grade and 9th grade?
Yeah, 2 weeks for the older students and 1 week for the kindergarten students. Going to be a half-day program, an opportunity for the students to be able to tour the campuses. Each school site would tailor it to their own school site. Be able to have opportunities to check out where the restrooms are, if it's at the kindergarten, for them to see where the learning centers are, for them to be able to have those kinds of opportunities, meet some of the teachers, or, get used to going to the big school, right? And so one of the things that we've always liked to do with kindergarten is to take our kindergarten students as a little tour, like, here's your principal and here's the ladies in the office. So we would be thinking about that kind of thing for kindergarten. And our rising 6th and 9th graders would be more focused on what are some of those transitions, especially as middle school, you're going from possibly having 2 teachers who share their curriculum to having 6 or 7 teachers. So how does one approach that? Looking at some of the, one of the things that I've seen done very well is using some of the avid strategies, the Wicker, helping them to understand how to create a binder to keep their materials in order, that type of thing. And then when we are looking at the high school, really looking at that 4-year plan. How do we help students to start thinking about what their 4-year plan is as they look at their college and career readiness? How do they think about what are the courses they need to take and how they can be best prepared for their future? So really, it's going to be all of those things, along with some social, emotional, and getting to know some friends. What we know is that when students do enter, whatever year a student enters into a new school, whether it's a school that starts middle school in 7th grade or 6th grade, there's always a transitional time. And so by giving this support to them, we hope to be able to provide them basically a nice runway to start before the really tight academics happen for them. And so it'll also be a smaller group for them, so they won't be among all of their peers that time when they get a chance to find their way around the campus.
Okay. I have a question about the summer school for high school students. In terms of being able to earn credits in the core classes or maybe electives, will that be a possibility, or are we still planning?
It'll absolutely be around, oh, sorry. Yes, it'll definitely be around credit recovery. And we'll be prioritizing those students who may be struggling to complete the credits needed for graduation. That'll be the priority. Again, looking at what availability we have through our APEX system. So one of the things you'll see later on our board agenda is approving our APEX. That allows students to be able to, through independent study, collect some credits, and also for in-person instruction for skills that will also help them with their credit recovery.
Now, going back to that bridging program, so if we're going to be having the 5th and 9th graders for 2 weeks on the campuses, are we also going to have counselors there? Because I know that the students, as they made their schedules for the coming year, it was a quick change. So parents didn't have any time to be involved and to help and to figure it all out. So as we're looking forward to the future again, because we're looking at the CTEs for the upper levels, are there going to be able to have communication? Is there going to be assistance for even the parents that may have questions, and to have an opportunity to give them that voice that they would need to at that time?
So right now we'd have to look at what the contract is for our counselors. What we are looking is bringing back as a voluntary counselors and APs and teachers who want to do that. But it's a great suggestion and definitely something we'll look into building into the program.
Question again along summer school lines here. You indicated on that chart 1,000 plus students in elementary school and 1,000 plus students in secondary school. Can you serve more? Can you serve less? Or more in question, can you handle if there's a greater demand? And are these all pre-selected already, where you've got kids who need credit recovery and you've identified that, or other kids who need it in the elementary level? I mean, 1,000, 2,000 kids out of 16,000 doesn't seem like a lot in this last year of chaos.
Absolutely. We also know we have really two things going on. One is again not having known what we're having this money so soon, right? So we're going to be also be able to offer a program next summer too. So we fully expect that next summer we'd be able to do even a more robust program. But when we look at this, our constraint really is around finding qualified people to run our programs. And what we believe at this time is we only want the most qualified, certificated and classified employees working with our students. Some school districts that have very large summer programs will maybe go outside of that or not look for those credentialed teachers, as Mr. Joyce was like, please tell me, we're going to make sure we're using those credentialed teachers. So what we've done is we've surveyed to see which teachers have interest in working and what they're going to be doing and how we can pay them. So yes, right now we estimate that with a minimum we can serve 1,000 students. So we're trying to balance the human resources that we have available and also the student interest. So we also want to keep those class sizes targeted for students who are looking at credit recovery and for students who may have experienced the deepest learning loss. And of course, we will continue with ESY, expanded school year, for our students with more severe disabilities who may experience regression over the summer.
Do we have a summer? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Again. Okay.
That's right. Go ahead, finish your line. You got the line. I'll wait.
This is just one. So on the summer program, are all English learners eligible for summer programming?
Yes, they are. And we fund that through Title III. We actually had a summer programming last year for them virtually, and they were able to actually get hands-on materials that they were able to take back to their home and work in small groups with teachers. So this is actually, they are not included in that 1,000 number. I think last year, I can't remember how many served, but it was a couple hundred, I think, between 100 and 150, I think.
And that's about, I'm testing my math now, it's like 20% of our district English learners?
No, it's
Not that high?
no, it's not that high. Okay. And it depends on the grade level as well. We have more English learners, in our early grades than then they exit as well.
So I have a question that was brought up by several public comments. When was the last time we surveyed our parents?
They are correct. We did survey in June. One of the reasons that we actually stepped away from some of the surveys is because that's when the tiered, the CDPH guidelines and the tiered system went into place. And when that went into place and the health orders went into place, it stopped being really, we had to follow those orders. And while we were in purple and deep purple, we were not allowed to open any schools in our state. So that's kind of why at that point we felt to continue to ask parents about a choice that really wasn't a choice for them was a waste of their time at that time based on it. So that's the reason that we stopped that. We did actually though survey at the beginning of the year for those families who did want to go to virtual and stay with virtual. And that's how we established our Surfside Academy virtual instruction. So that's why we have about 600 kids in that program for families who were very clear that they wanted to stay with virtual for the entire school year.
And does that program have any space right now for more students? Or because when parents got that choice at the beginning of the year, they were making it not knowing what the future held. None of us knew how long this pandemic would go on and what the trajectory was. So is there space?
We do have some spaces in the program right now, and our principal is working with families, and there are some spaces available across different grade levels. Because as people have, like you said, not knowing how long it's gone on, made different choices, different things, we have every day our enrollment changes.
So there is a possibility that we could survey our parents to find out how many, because we want to have their students back in the classrooms. We could do that.
We could always do a survey of families. It would be specific to what we would want to find out. That would be, we would just have to define what was it we were looking at, but we could definitely develop that survey.
Okay, thanks. And then I had another question, and then I'll let my other colleagues go. So I'm looking at the staff recommendations. Elementary return 5 days a week on a modified schedule. I know that you negotiate that schedule with the practitioners. My question for you is, how are we going to get all those students in a classroom and keep the 3-foot distancing?
So the 3-foot distancing is a recommendation, and the majority of our class sizes at the elementary level are in the range of 24. We do have 20 classrooms that are 30 and above, and we do have a range of classrooms between 25 and 30. So again, it's a recommendation. We have other layers of mitigation in place, such as filtration, PPE, the plastic barriers, staff being eligible for the vaccine, and just in some brainstorming that Dr. Lovey did with principals, just in the idea of for those larger class sizes, and the 3-foot distancing again is a recommendation. They would come up with different things, such as using the intervention teacher to pull students from the class, as Mr. Finn talked about. Yes, there could be another teacher change to try and balance out some classes. There could be additional students that decide if this is the recommendation that's accepted by the board. Parents might not want their students in that situation, and that could decrease some of the class sizes. So those would be just some of the initial thoughts that come to my mind.
So once we know that we're not doing the 3-foot distancing in those classes, we can ask our parents if they want to have their students back. Because as board president, I get many emails from many parents. Some parents are teachers, et cetera. And I'm seeing an uneven balance of people that really want to adhere to the 3-foot distancing and feel safe sending their kids back to school. And then I have the other group that just get them back in and put them all in the classroom. So I really think we need to reach out to our families and find out what their preference is. And if we don't have enough room in our Surfside, how are we going to accommodate these families that don't want to have their kids in a classroom without that highly recommended from the CDC 3-foot distancing?
Well, what I can say with every pivot that we've made, and as noted, there have been several, we've been able to accommodate the requests of our families.
Except for the waiting list with the enrichment programs, right?
That's been a moving target. And so as Dr. Lovey, because I often question about that, because our board members often question about that. And what she reminds me is that's constantly a moving target. So it's not like it's been the same, say if there's 15 kids on the waiting list, it's not like it's been the same 15 kids. Based on whatever decision we're making and the change that's happening and the shifting, which we acknowledge has been a lot. We completely understand that. And we're all trying to shift with the expectations and the changes in CDPH and literally everything in this last year. So it's been a rolling, moving target, Stacy. It hasn't been a static list. So we've been able to accommodate as people come and go from the program and their needs change.
All right, thank you. Other board members, do you have questions?
I actually have a couple of questions. So we're looking at, again, another change for our family. So we're not considering, again, going and asking and doing a survey and how our families are going to be affected, because now we're going on to our fifth time of change, you know, of our schedule changes again with our students and everything, and our families trying to accommodate, getting carpools together, getting sitters together, getting everything. Which leads me now then to another question too, and another problem that our families are having an issue with is because if we offered, when we were in the normal, we had before and after school care for our families. We don't have that anymore. And I'm not understanding why we don't have that for our families when we know now that there is a need, because we have the morning and the afternoon. So our families do have a need. And so we're not supplying those needs currently. And now we're going to change it again. And we're affecting our families again on doing another change. So, and we're not still giving them and supplying and supporting them with the things that they need. So without asking, without reaching out to our families and really knowing what they truly want, because we've obviously been told by multiple people that we're not asking and we're not listening to our community, obviously, that this is what we need to do. So we need to actually, in all honesty, go out and find out what it is that they need and what they're looking for, and how can we serve them better, not just in making sure that their students are getting the support that they need as far as their education, as far as the special needs that are getting the support that they need, and looking and giving them the support that they should have had all along. So is there a way, and how long would it take to get all this into play?
So there were a few questions in there. So Mercedes, why don't you first take the question about how we've worked with our after-school providers and how they too have responded to many, many, many changes as we continuously try to meet the needs of all stakeholders in Oceanside Unified. But I know you have information on how they made the pivot and change and some of the limitations of their hours, of their staffing, et cetera.
Thank you. Yes. So first of all, I want to say I've really been proud to work with our partners who are providing these programs. When they started, they were the first responders providing those supports for our first responder families. And the program started with maybe we had about 100 or 200 kids in it, and to today where we have 1,000 students participating. So that's really a great expansion on that. They also have been following all of the CDPH guidelines and working very diligently to make sure that they have a safe environment. While we changed from one system to the other, a couple of things that became to light. One of those is that the program has a maximum of 30 hours per week that they can operate while it's grant funded. When we started to have the opportunity to refund, we can expand it. But what we do know is that we do have stable cohort groups, and they also have employees. So students being longer than 8 hours with the same person when we were in total virtual, that was one of the limitations, because again, that person needs to have lunch. They can't work more than 40 hours. So as we look at that, one of the things that I know our after-school providers have been looking at and already thinking about what might happen, about how they can continue to provide those supports ongoing, should we pivot in our schedule, and could they work longer in the afternoon. But one of the things that might impact is the way that we have 1,000 students being able to be served at this time is because we use the same classroom for two groups of students, right? The students who go in the morning and the students who go in the afternoon. If we went to that system, we'd have to work out and look at hiring some more people and things like that to provide that same level of coverage. But as Dr. Vitale said, every time we pivoted, circumstances have changed and people have had different needs. So we would work diligently to address that need using whatever funds and opportunities we have. So those are some of those things that are going on.
And you could survey the parents what their needs are as well. Anybody else have any thoughts or questions?
So one thing I wanted to ask for board member discussion before we get to the 5 days a week and the secondary schools, outside of those two decisions, I would ask that we again look at our students from the equity lens that we've all committed to. We know that the special ed preschool model of doing any kind of virtual learning is not an accessible point of education. I think we know that there are certain populations that we can still maintain the safe spaces. And now that we're in the orange tier, and by the time we get through these next 2 weeks, we could very well be in the yellow tier. I think we need to make action tonight to get those students back into school full time that really don't access education when they're at home. So I would ask the board to give direction for 2 weeks from now that English learners, students that are in mod severe or full day programs, and students that are, those two groups especially, in the secondary model where they might not have access to instruction 5 days a week, to provide them 5 days a week in-person instruction on our secondary campuses. Does anyone else have thoughts about serving those two groups specifically from an equity lens now that we have resources available, now that we know that we have space, and now that the conditions of spread have gotten to a point where we know it's much safer to have students in person?
My only concern with that is that what courses would they be taking? Okay, and especially in high school, there's such a diverse and widespread level of courses, and hiring the instructor for that course. You may have a course with maybe 1 or 2 students. You may have a course with 24 students. So that's my concern. And along with that, the other thing is we haven't ever talked about, and hopefully I know we're planning for it. What about those students who they didn't complete the course and they still haven't completed the course? So they may need to take the course again, which comes under what, retention? How does that affect them in terms of being a 4-year graduate? I know there's Lorena Gonzalez has this bill and she's proposing that all high schools be 5th year, which she wants it as a mandate, and of course to be an unfunded mandate, which would totally, other than getting ADA, is just not feasible for us. But again, when we look at high school, especially high school, and even the middle schools, we need the instructors, not just, to teach those courses. And we need to be able to track those students to those courses. If we have a student who's taking AP Spanish, maybe only, like I said, a few students. And that could be very, quote unquote, expensive compared to the regular school year.
So one reason I bring this up is because a lot of this funding that we got from these different sources is based on our LCFF calculations, which are directly looking at an equity basis. We get more money for the students who are English learners. We get more money for students that are free and reduced lunch. So I think we have a responsibility now that we do have more wiggle room in our secondaries to provide more to those students. Dr. Lovely, do you have any ideas about how we could do that? I know I am definitely putting you on the spot, but if you do you have any ideas? I mean, they're in the mornings. There also is a virtual day. I mean, yes, I'll leave it to you.
So I think the key issue here that Ms. Evans brings up really is a different problem than we've had in education before. So up until this point, generally speaking, our biggest challenge is that we had a lack of funding. What has happened is that we have received a great deal of funding all at the same moment as everyone else has as well. So what has happened is this has been a strain upon the human resources available to us. As we know, teachers are highly qualified and trained. They have specific credentialing, and the number of people that we're able to hire is somewhat limited. So especially with a 6-week left in school, we were able to hire those 30 intervention elementary people, and that was a great thing. But again, as we're looking at, if we were to look at secondary for English learners, we could possibly find a teacher who might be able to teach one of those period lines, but then it could impact the students' other period lines for them to have it because they're integrated into all their other courses, right? But that's one of the reasons that we have the secondary learning centers, so that they would be on campus for in-person learning. And so that would be something we could look at for like perhaps the English learners. But again, looking at getting the human resources hired, do the recruitment. And of course, I'm probably speaking to Dr. McAteer's idea, but just the idea of that piece and trained and all of those things in place.
So I guess specifically for the secondary students who are English learners, then their best leverage point would probably be the afternoon when teachers are not, they don't have a line, and the students also don't have a line of classes there. So there is good data for regular tutoring, even for regular small group tutoring that supports students. So I would ask the board consensus that we do something to specifically target supports for the English learner population over the last 6 weeks of school, especially for our secondary.
And that could be done on Wednesdays, but for elementary. I do have a question for you that was brought up by one of the public comments. Can you tell us what's going on with our preschool special education students and their program?
Yes. So one of the things that we have with special education in preschool is we actually run into two things. One, the fact that they're young, and so they already have class size maxes, and that they also have a program. So we have two different programs. We have a 4-day-a-week program in pre-COVID time. We have a 4-day-a-week program, which is for our students who have are most impacted by their disabilities, and we have a 2-day-a-week program for students who have less impact in special education. And we also have our state preschool. And they all tend to share the same facilities because we really believe in making sure we have as many opportunities for the students to work with typical peers and to have inclusion. And so I know I've been working with our team to look at each school site and to see how much space they have, because again, they also need to have a certain number of toys and a certain number of space for them to work with. So we are looking at which sites we could be able to expand it and see how we can make sure that we provide them with that education in a safe manner. The enrollments are pretty high because they've always done half days. So it's like 20 in the morning and 20 already in the afternoon. So that's why when we split it, it doesn't split the same way because we're really talking 40 enrolled with one teacher. So that's kind of some of the challenges that we have going on.
So we are looking at expanding the in-person instruction for the preschool.
Yes.
Coming up. Okay. Before the end of the school year. That's what
we're definitely working to find every way we can bring them back as much as possible.
All right. Super. Well, I have a list of things that I just want to throw out there with my fellow board members. I'm really concerned about student health and safety. There's no way we can do the 3-foot distancing. I'm not comfortable as a parent putting my kid in a school without the 3-foot distancing, even with the mitigation that's in place. I'm worried. I read the news about the emerging COVID variants. The science, I pay attention to that. We are watching the data in San Diego County and specifically for Oceanside. But what I'm reading about these new COVID variants with our young students, young children, our secondary students being infected and possibly hospitalized is scary, and there's not enough information yet. I find a lot of these schedule changes for elementary, this is the 4th or 5th, if you looked at how many times we pivoted, they're disruptive. They're super disruptive to schedules. I mean, this pandemic has been completely inconvenient for everyone, right? I mean, to be honest with you, but we've gotten through it, but it's super disruptive, not only for the parents and their schedule and their work schedules, but also to the learning environment in the classroom. So it's impacting students, teachers, and families. People have settled into a rhythm. The elementary teachers and the elementary parents that I've spoken to with this AM PM schedule were a little off guard in the beginning, but they've made it work. They have their carpools, they're working together, they have their students in the after school program. They're making it work, and they're going. They've been doing it for a month. I haven't had any complaints as a board member in an email about the AM PM hybrid schedule that we have right now, 4 days a week, which is great. I just think it's super disruptive to change the schedules. I can't imagine being a teacher right now and having to redo the lesson planning once again with how we deliver instruction. But they'll do it, they'll make it happen. I'm worried about the class sizes. So right now, elementary or secondary, you only have half the students in there. This is something we've always begged for, is smaller class sizes so we can individualize instruction for our students, especially their social emotional learning needs. Right now, the teacher has half the kids in the class. They're able to connect with them on a one-to-one basis, work with them, and then they get the other batch. So it's working. I'm also worried about all the support services that we learned about earlier tonight, which are great, right, for the social emotional supports, but all of that is coordinated. Those are schedules. Everything's going to just get pushed into chaos when we look at the special ed scheduling that goes in when they're working, the PE, the library, the counselors. I can go on, but that part, I think we're rushing it too quickly. So I know we've been really careful as we've gone through these pivots or phases of reopening. And it's important that we continue this journey to reopen, but we have some obstacles in our way. And I think the other board members have brought up several of them. I would really like to see us continue to reopen gradually, but I think we need to talk to our parents first. And I think we need to consult with the county public health department to make sure that this highly recommended 3-foot distancing is actually safe for our students, families, and staff. So that was my 2 cents.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to go back before we go on to vote on this. I'm asking for students that are in mod severe classes to be given access to instruction 5 days a week that are not attending a block schedule where they're going to all those classes. This is another the equity thing. I'm asking for yeses and nos from everybody because.
Can this be done? And are you talking secondary or elementary, Eric? I'm just asking for clarity. I understand.
It would be all. So it would be all on an equity basis.
Very earlier.
So when you
I'm sorry,
talk
it's
about
for all?
additional, so when you talk about additional support, that can be offered at the secondary level, regardless of what classes. So you talk about tutoring programs. Could we look at paying teachers, for example, to tutor kids after school, or look at other possibilities to specifically support the populations that you mentioned? That would be a yes on that. We could look at that and probably create something. We would need to see if we have the workforce that would be willing to do that. And at the elementary level, remember, we do have 2 intervention teachers who are allocated, Mercedes, correct, at every elementary school. And they're working with the populations most, I would say, probably recommended by their teachers. Specifically, I'm certain that many of them are EL and or mod severe. So that's something we already have in place at the elementary. And yes, we could build. The issue at the secondary level, Eric, with saying we want them back 5 days is because they are all in scheduled classes. And it wouldn't necessarily work out that they could be on campus every day and following their schedule. You can't just do that for some kids, because an EL kid, they're not necessarily going to have the same schedule at the secondary level. Supports, yes.
It's different for the students of English learners versus the students who are not necessarily going to full schedule classes, or even if they are, maybe they're in on the other days to do all of their goal work that is separate from the full inclusionary. I'm asking that we don't offer the same thing to everyone, and that we do look at being more equitable in our offerings for the rest of the year, especially since we know that we're in the orange tier and our case rates are declining and have continued to decline.
So I'm not hearing a second for your motion. Eric, are you making a formal motion?
I think because this is a consensus item, it wouldn't be a motion. It would be everybody can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
I'm all for having students that need more assistance get the assistance, and giving direction to Dr. Vitale and Dr. Levy to look at ways to expand the in-person instruction for our high needs students. I can't tell you what that's going to look like. I think they have to really examine, some of those obstacles in place. But I think I agree that they need more support. Definitely. And I'm happy to hear that the preschool is moving forward with expanding the in-person learning for preschool students. Anybody else want to weigh in?
I want to clarify though, are you asking for them to move forward and to look into this, or is it to just vote on it and to say, hey, we want to automatically just give them more than just the 2 intervention teachers that they currently have? So I think I need clarity on that. I think I'm a little confused and lost on that part of it. So I understand.
Yeah,
because remember, it's late.
From my perspective, as Eric had said earlier on one of the items, I don't have enough information to vote on that as an absolute direction or mandate tonight. So, I mean, I don't mind the direction to staff to look into that, but I'm not mandating that they do it because we don't have enough information. We're shooting from our hip here. We don't have the constraints. We don't know the dollars of that issue. I appreciate the goal and the direction. I mean, I want everybody back too. We're dodging the elephant in the room, which is the core question, and we probably need to get onto that one on the elementary.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? What direction?
Well, I would like to make a motion. So,
Yeah, you got the chair.
well, I'm going to make a motion that we maintain our current in-person elementary school schedule until the district has consulted with the county public health department to ensure the safety of our classroom environment, as well as survey our parents and report back to the board.
Would you include staff having discussions with OTA too about the practicality of this too, as well?
That's a given.
In this period of time?
That is a given.
Okay, well, I want to hear that. I think the court would want to hear that that's a given too, or not. They wouldn't know that, so I want to clarify that. Okay.
So I can make that motion one more time, but let's try this. I make a motion that we maintain our current in-person elementary schedule until the district has consulted with the county public health department to ensure the safety of our classroom environments, continue negotiations with our labor partners, and survey our families and report back to us at our next board meeting.
Could we add an amendment stating that as we make progress towards full opening or something to that effect?
I will accept a friendly amendment.
What?
I know, I need some clarity on that, Eleanor.
Okay, since Trustee Blessing brought it up about the courts, one of the things that it's been discussed is that we are demonstrating that we are making progress towards full enrollment. So perhaps with including that statement, that does cover that.
And I believe that we are moving towards phasing more into expanding our in-person with our elementary, or with our preschool program that's happening. We're also looking at ways to provide more interventions to our students that need it most. And we've talked about that already. So we are continuing to move towards our phase. I don't have enough information to be able to make that decision tonight. So I would like the district to go out and consult with the county public health department, as well as survey our parents. They've asked for that.
Okay, well, I can accept the request for the data on that.
I'm going to need clarification on what you want me to ask parents, so that it sounds like you want to take action based on what the majority of parents respond. So what I'm going to need clarification on what you're going to want me to ask. But you need a second, and then you can vote, or however you want to do that. But I would like for more clarification, so that you get the answers to the questions you're looking for, if that's what you intend to take action on.
Okay. Well, I don't have a second yet.
Well, go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
No, I'm looking for a second on my motion that I made.
I don't think I can speak to it until there's a second, or unless it dies.
Okay,
I think, can I get a clarification?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
It's all right.
It's late.
Raquel, we have a second?
Yes, we have a second.
Raquel seconded.
Okay, so I'll speak to, I'll speak to my thoughts on the motion. So at our last meeting, we talked at length, and even in the meeting before, about how the situation is changing quickly. We knew it would be changing quickly. And we saw, especially at our last meeting, the case rates and the cases and hospitalizations and the effect that it's having on communities, all of those impacts dropping. And so I thought at our last meeting that we were really clear that if the conditions were available for us to move to getting our students back into more instruction, that we were going to do so. That's why I thought we didn't call a special board meeting in between this meeting and the last meeting, even though we dropped into the red and then we precipitously dropped into the orange. I was trying to remain as patient as possible for this meeting because I knew that we would be coming up with, we'd be in the celebration of the orange tier of case rates bottoming out again. We might be in the yellow tier in just a couple weeks. It's very likely. So I'm speaking against the motion because I made a commitment that when the science showed that it is the time to take action and to get students back in the classroom, that I think that I know that it's the right thing to do to move ahead. And if we can't come to a consensus with our bargaining teams, then we need to create conditions to which that they can come to a consensus on. I think we need to be making an actionable move tonight, given the state of the virus, and that's what's always been holding us back. The lawsuit is a lawsuit. This is what I'm focused on. The conditions now are very low spread. I understand that it's really concerning to have a lot of students in. I think we need to be as creative as possible to keep those students with their teachers, to open up any multi-purpose room spaces, to employ any teachers that we had. We hired 32 or 36 intervention teachers.
30.
So they're credentialed teachers that are on our campuses already. For the next 2 weeks, they could be building that rapport, getting the data from their teachers. It is definitely not ideal, but we're in a situation that, I really feel for teachers making transitions, as I've had to make one this week too. It's awful. And it's terrible that we have to ask you to do this, but we're looking at, possibly an 80-hour difference in instruction. If we have lunch on campus, which we haven't even kind of covered in this conversation, which I know it's a tricky spot, but if we can get the kids out and spread across campus, doing outdoor picnic lunches with plenty of space, then we're looking at even more than that. Those hours are now they're attainable, and so that's why I'm speaking against the motion today.
And all of that takes time. All of that is going to take some time to do. What you said makes exact. Anyways, I agree with what you said. I just think it takes time. Part of my motion was that they continue to work with our labor partners to come up with those creative solutions to be able to bring the students back more in person on our campuses, but do it safely.
But to speak to the time that you bring up, I mean, that's why last meeting we talked, and annoyingly so, that we need to be ready to make a fast shift at this meeting. And the other piece about time is that if we stall this out now, like you said, like right now we're going to get 6 weeks of it back. But if we push it out another 2 weeks, 4 weeks starts to look less appetizing to ask for a transition, and then it looks even worse after that. So I don't know that there's going to be a time that makes more sense than now. I can't think of one. We have been very patient all year long, despite a very loud and vocal small group of parents, and we've continued to focus in on what's important, the safety and the conditions that we have to deal with. And so go on.
There were two things I neglected to say. I didn't actually give you a timeline. I apologize for that. We believe that we could conduct those negotiations and have the 10 days notification per our MOU, and the notification to families to be able to make the transitions that they would make by the week of May 3rd. And also, I don't want to limit what those negotiations might entail. So if, as part of the negotiations, the 3-foot distance is a deal breaker for the board, then the bargaining teams would need to come up with a situation perhaps that didn't have that. So right now we have Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday AM, PM, half the class. And so if, the recommendation is to return on a 5-day-a-week modified schedule. So that those negotiation teams would need to come up with what would that Wednesday look like then. And we have a lot of factors in place, right? We know that we have our MOU in place. We know that we have our contract in place. And the negotiating teams know what all those factors are. And so we would put it to them to come up with a schedule that would increase the in-person time, meet the 5-day modified schedule, and maintain, if that is a priority, which it is for all of us, even though it's a recommendation, that 3-foot distancing, then those could be the parameters that we could have the negotiation teams deal with.
And I don't think anything in your motion, Stacy, prevents that discussion from happening tomorrow, does it? From your perspective, Stacy?
No, nothing. I want us to open for in-person instruction.
So the way I'm interpreting this, if it's voted on this way, is that we maintain our current schedule until we can consult CDPH. So I'm guessing if CDPH says that that is a 3-foot recommendation, you can come back, continue to negotiate, which we have on the schedule, and then survey parents. And that's the piece where I would need more direction. So if I can initiate a survey as soon as tomorrow with the questions that the board would want me to ask, and we gave them a couple of days, if the majority of the parents who take that survey then want, are we going to ask them, do they want full time? Or are we going to ask them, that's what I would need some more direction.
Are you comfortable having your kid in a classroom without the highly recommended 3-foot distancing? Do you need after school care? Do you need before school care? Right? I heard Raquel say a couple of those items.
Yeah, wait, hang on 1 second though, Stacey. And I should have said this earlier on the survey, because on the 5-day model, Julie, are we talking about what's the day? What would you speculate might be one of the? How long is the day? Is it 8 to 5, 8 to 3, 8 to 2, 8 to 1? In one sense, why do we ask parents about after school care when we may be going to school from 9 to 3? And that's like an academic question, because that's a better situation than they've had all year. And they're gonna, even though we can't give them full aftercare, we got them there from 9 to 3. We've expanded the time in the schoolyard, in the school day, significantly. Is that relevant, Julie, or is that not relevant? Because the survey seems to me like something that's not going to be useful. But if you got to do the survey, then do it, and you figure out how to get the questions answered. But I don't think it gives us anything that we don't in our gut know. Parents want to be there. Yes, they love to be there after school. Yes, they love to have before school. If we can provide it, we'll do it. If we can't, we can't, But we're just talking about coming in more hours with this distance issue as practical, as the judge has directed us, as the state law directs us to try in service as maximum feasible, I guess.
Greatest extent possible, as practicable.
Yeah, thank you.
The way that I think I can mostly answer that question, Mike, is that we have been able to accommodate I'm not going to say all requests in our elementary program and our secondary program for after school and before school and whatever hours, depending on what schedule we were in. And we've also been able to accommodate parents and guardians requests as things have shifted. So as we've shifted schedules, if they wanted to stay in a full remote model, we've been able to accommodate that. As people have wanted to come off of that remote model and go back to school, we've been able to accommodate that. And all staff has been working tirelessly to try and accommodate the needs of our families. And we haven't been able to accommodate everyone, and that's been unfortunate. And but with the way that the situation is, people have varying needs, but we've been able to accommodate the majority of people. So I would expect with this next shift that we would be able to do the same thing.
And that's why I think the survey isn't really going to be beneficial per se. But
is that a motion, Mike, for an amendment?
Or do we ask parents, do you want to change your schedule? Do you want to change your elementary schedule right now?
Sure, yeah, I don't know, you want to ask him
I
that?
mean,
Yeah.
seriously,
If
that's
we get
the
50-50
question. Do you want
Yeah, and
to,
if
do
it
you
gets-
want to, yeah,
If we get 50-50, what do you do with it? You know?
well, that's how it
If you
is
got
right
to
now.
say to add more days, you're going to have to say to add more time or something, because that's the purpose of it, is to add more class time, right?
I was
Can't
trying to
just
figure
throw
out
it
a
out there.
way to address the
Yeah.
parents that came on during public comment and some of the other public comments that say we haven't reached out to our families since last June. So
I heard that, and that.
yeah, I heard that, and
Fair
you
attempt.
know, it's hard to go back and fix it, but do we communicate with them, and what do we ask? I'm not the expert on that. I just
Right.
feel we
Neither
don't
am
have
I.
enough information, and we are expanding to the greatest extent possible as practicable. And then we're also providing summer school opportunities and the bridge opportunities. So this in-person instruction is going to continue throughout the summer, which we haven't had before except for our ELL students. So we are continuing to expand our in-person instruction opportunities for our students.
I think I need a clarification review. Under staff recommendation, elementary return 5 days a week on a modified schedule. Did we actually set the dates and the hours? I know Trustee Blessing asked that question.
So we would negotiate what that schedule would look like. So we did not define that. So it could be that Wednesday is also an AM PM model. Again, there's a lot of factors, so it might not mirror what Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday look like, but that could certainly be an option. And then we think based on all the things that need to take place between now and a possible time for opening, the timeline would be May 3rd. That we believe that we could get everything in place that needs to be in place. And it's not due to lack of planning. It's not due to anything other than the time for the transitions to take place. If that makes sense.
There's a lot of moving parts that most typical parents don't understand with a school district of this size, making this pivot to this phase of in-person instruction that we have to work through.
Agreed.
So I have a first and second for my motion, and you know, it's 10:17, so I
have
just
a clarifying question. So this survey is for information only so that we can better provide whatever transition we need to provide. And that's for resources. It's not a determining factor. I don't think we've shifted anything based on majority rule.
Right. No, that's true. Yeah, okay, I can get there.
I was just
Stacy.
trying to respond to a need that we haven't reached out to our parents. We've been accused of ignoring parents, which I find insulting, but I am
Understood.
a parent.
I just don't want it to be I don't want it to be a big time impediment to good negotiations between staff and our teachers. That's
Agreed.
all. That's the main thing. So Julie, if you can figure out the questions with the board president, and we would go that way if this motion carries.
So what is the difference between motion and elementary return to 5 days?
Mine is, my motion was that we maintain our current in-person elementary schedule, which is 4 days a week until the district has consulted with CP, oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind today.
CPH.
Yeah, to ensure the safety of our classroom environment, continue to work with our labor partners, and survey our parents, and then report back to the board. This would give us more information about coming back and making sure we have that balance of safety and instruction that we've been really diligent about this whole entire time.
So just for clarity's sake, would we need the San Diego Department of Public Health to say yes to reopening for further instruction anyway?
I'm not sure.
Probably should include them. Isn't that what was
I
suggested?
put
as
the
well?
county public health department.
The
Yeah, I thought it was
recommendation,
the County Department of Public Health. CDPH.
the CDPH and the CDC recommendation is 3 feet apart.
That's who you need to consult with.
So
Is that not
Right.
possible?
We're checking in with the county to see if our plans are, they give a green light to. That's the question.
no, isn't the question, would less than 3 feet be acceptable in some occasions? That's the question, right, Stacy?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
what
county
occasions
part-
are those? Which teachers are those that get stuck with the classes with the larger sizes? And which
Right,
students
so-
are the ones that are moved into little spaces? There's a supervision issue here and total disruption to these students who've had these teachers all year long. Anyways, I'm frustrated, clearly.
Right, again, but Stacy, there could be a scenario where we could negotiate a schedule that adds the 5th day and still keeps the class sizes at half. That is a definite option.
It is. I haven't seen that option. That hasn't been presented to us because it's like you need more time.
Negotiated, right.
You need more time.
And just for clarity's sake for everybody, if we went with the staff recommendation, we would continue to negotiate with OTA as well.
Yes, right.
That's my understanding.
And so no consultation with the county public health department.
We could provide that. I think they're extremely responsive to requests. I think that could be folded right into their recommendation. I would actually be highly in support of that to get their feedback on our plan for reopening 5 days in person.
And that's all I asked for. So
You would accept staff's recommendation with the caveat that we consult with the county to get the green light on our reopening plan?
and we stay in our current schedule that we're in right now until we have that information to expand our in-person instruction.
We could get that information so that could inform negotiations, and that could happen as early as tomorrow.
All right.
And are we dropping the survey then?
I'm not married to the survey, but it seemed to be a huge need that our families and public comment also shared that no one's really reached out to them about another schedule change. This is the 5th schedule change for elementary families to have to figure out transportation, supervision, etc. It's extremely inconvenient for some people. So, and we don't even know who is impacted by it or not because we haven't asked.
And I know the board knows this, but those schedule changes weren't just random schedule changes. They
know.
were as a result, I know you know, Stace, as a result to what was happening with the case rates. And when things spiked in December, as I recall, that's when we went back to full remote instruction and waited until March to come back when the case rates went down. And now they continue to go down. And so, again, I think, and so that's why the recommendation is being made the way it's being made. And again, I want to reiterate that a 5th day doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be all kids in the class at the same time. It could be another version of what we have going on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday in the form of a split day.
I still have a motion out there. Do you guys need me to repeat it so you guys can vote on it and then we can move forward? I'm sorry. I'm just,
yeah.
We're talking around things. So I'm gonna make my motion again. My motion is that we maintain our current in-person elementary schedule until the district has consulted with the county public health department to ensure the safety of our classroom environment, continue to negotiate with our labor groups, and survey parents and report back to us.
That's the motion with the second.
Yes, that's the motion with the second.
I feel that parents that said they weren't saying they wanted a survey, they were saying they wanted the schools open as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's kind of my spot too, but I'm willing to concede it now. Staff can figure out how to do a quick survey and we'll get beat up over it either way anyway. So, you know.
Well, I'm going to call for the vote. So if we're done with discussion.
Can
So
I do an offer a friendly amendment to split the survey with this current motion? So the survey is a separate motion.
You want the survey as a separate motion?
Yeah.
That's fine. I'll accept that friendly amendment.
All right. So we want to vote on the first part first?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need me to read it again? I can. I wrote it down.
Oh, I don't, no.
Okay. All in favor of supporting the motion that I made minus the survey?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No.
One no?
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2. Now we'll go to your motion, Eric, that you made about the survey. Is that?
Yep. So this would be a motion to survey parents to offer the best supports that we can through the remainder of the school year. So I'm trying to capture your motion for the survey.
Let me. I want to make clear here what that motion is, because my intention is to vote against the survey. So is a yes vote against the survey, or is it a no vote against the survey? Please clarify. Julie, you can,
So
Stacey, you can rule
I
as the
think
chair.
Eric, let me get this right. Eric is making a motion that we survey the parents, right?
Sorry, I just made a motion to split the original. So whatever the survey idea is now can be considered separately. That's all.
All right.
And we don't have to make a motion on
Okay.
the survey.
Okay.
We can just provide direction to Julie and her team about communicating with parents.
No, let's take a vote.
You want to take a vote on
Okay.
it?
May I make
Take a vote on the survey.
when we look at surveys, seriously, only about a third of the people are going to respond. And we know those folks who do respond are the ones who spoke tonight. So, we're asking staff to do something that's kind of redundant, more work on their plate. It's taking time, energy, and creativity away from our desire to open the schools as soon as possible. It's something that's ancillary out there. We know what the response is going to be. We know who's going to respond. We need to focus on getting our schools open as soon as possible, with all energy directed towards that. Anyhow,
I'll call for the question on the survey. Stacey, will you make the ask?
Do you want me to make a motion on it? I'll make a motion.
The chair just call for the vote. I'm sorry.
I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of having a survey for our parents about our in-person instruction, say aye. I'm the only one, I think. Aye. All those not in favor? Okay. Well, it doesn't look like you have to have a survey then.
So I need to ask for some clarification. So the way I understood the motion that you made and voted on, and right? No, I'm sorry. The one that you made, Stacey, about maintaining the current schedule, and until we consult the CDPH to see the specific issues about the 3-foot distancing, and that we continue negotiations. So, that can all be done as early as tomorrow. So am I bringing back a recommendation not until the May meeting? Are we making those adjustments? So if the CDPH says, no, it's a recommendation, you can do 2 feet, you can do 1 feet, and then we go right into negotiations with that information and then make the pivot as we've done before, as the new schedule was put out for ratification?
I
Or
think
am I
you need
not-
to bring it to the board. Whatever the CDPH and whatever comes out with negotiations needs to come to the board.
So I'm not bringing back a recommendation to the board until May?
No, we could do it sooner if it's done sooner.
When
We're
when
asking
it's
for
ready, Julie, ask,
A board meeting?
bring it to us in session and we'll do it.
Okay. So as soon as we can get that done, I can bring that back to you, because we can get, I would imagine we can get the CDPH information pretty quick. That question answered pretty quick.
But it's not the CDPH though, that's the state.
Yeah, the state, you're right. You said the county health. Yes, sorry, my apologies. County Department of Public Health.
Yes,
What
bring
was
it
I
back as quick as, bring it back as soon as you get a consensus with a path. With this,
So we might have to have another board meeting, and it'll be a short one because this will be the only thing on the agenda. So the next recommendation is secondary. Julie, do you want to go over your recommendation so we can vote on that?
To stay consistent with the current model that we have in place.
so move.
I'll second.
Only comment is that we continue to expand special ed services to the greatest extent possible for all special ed learners.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the recommendation for secondary to remain?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, we still have more stuff on our agenda, so I don't know if we can move off this topic. I'm looking at my fellow board members.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the robust discussion. I appreciate this. All right, so we're moving on to, I'm looking, oh, we have several items to vote on. So we have item 8B, a public hearing on the Williams settlement legislation. So I'm going to open the public hearing at 10:31 p.m. Do we have any public comments?
No, we do not on this item.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 10:31 p.m. We're going to move on to item 8C, the adoption of Resolution 30, 2020, 2021, Williams settlement legislation determining sufficiency of instructional materials.
Yes, thank you, board. This is a acceptance that we have reviewed our instructional materials and textbooks, and that we do have sufficient ones as outlined in the Williams settlement of 2004.
I have a question. We've received all the materials for English language arts in terms of the bookmark program?
Yes,
benchmark program, so that we can begin, if it comes to that, for instance, in attendance, to have testing, to use it as a pathway for our state requirements for testing. I know it's been waived by the feds and by the states, but just in case, are we ready to go just in case in that area?
Yes, we would actually use our iReady test for our younger students, and at the high school, we actually are using the SBAC this year based on the leadership of our high school principals for our 11th graders. We have received our core materials from Benchmark and a number of the supplemental materials that we've ordered to address potential learning gaps. We've received, I'm not sure if we received all of those just yet because we did order them, but all of the core materials we've received for this entire year.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second.
All right, I have a first and a second. No further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Raquel, did you vote?
I said aye.
Okay, sorry. I just want to make sure. 5-0. All right, our next item on the agenda is 8. D, approval to continue license agreement with Apex Learning 2021-2022 school year.
Yes, this is a licensure agreement with Apex Learning, which we have used for this year for our independent study. It also allows for credit recovery for our students in high school, and it is approved for A through G.
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
Second.
Okay. I have a first and a second. Any discussion? I'll call for the vote. All in favor of approval of item
Aye.
8D? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries
Aye.
5-0. All right, motion carries 5-0. The next item, 8E, approval of use of OUSD graduation credit waivers form.
Yes. So this item reflects state law that we're allowed to use to allow students to graduate with a high school diploma with fewer than the 220 credits that are in our district to go to the state standard, which is 130 credits. Currently, we use this process for our homeless, foster youth, and military connected students. This would allow us to expand this to all the students who have been impacted by COVID-19. It does not allow for a waiver of the core academics, but rather electives, and allows students to have the opportunity to graduate on time. This will not be used until we've exhausted all intervention and opportunities through APEX and summer programming and things like that, but we want to make sure that we do have this as an option. There would be very few students who would need all of the 90 units change or the 90 credits changed. It might just even be a waiver of one course that they might just be slightly short of.
I'll make a motion to adopt that.
I'll second
I think
that.
it's excellent.
I'll second that. All right, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Item.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Levy. So now we're moving on to item 9.
Question.
Did we have a question?
Sorry. No, sorry.
Okay. All right. We're moving on to item 9, personnel. 9A, we have a public hearing for proposed reopeners for the 2021-2022 school year. I'm opening the hearing at 10:36 p.m. Do we have any public comments, Anne?
Yes, Todd Madison.
All right. Hi, Todd.
Hi.
You're up. You know the rules, 3 minutes.
I do. All right. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thanks. So tonight, I thought I would ask some questions of the board and district relating to the reopening negotiations. So first of all, is the board aware of the fact that the second interim budget showed a deficit of $9 million this year, rising to $19.9 million ahead? Is the board aware of the fact that this deficit spending has generally been the rule since 2017, when the district first dropped into qualified budget status? Is the board aware of the fact that this means there's no way to increase costs without creating a need to cut from our kids? Is the board also aware of the fact that in 2019, full-time certificated employees had a median total pay of $91,000 with median total compensation of $120,000? Is the board aware of the fact that the Census Bureau and the Department of Ed numbers show our certificated employees make almost $31,000 a year more in total compensation than comparably educated county residents? Does the board understand what a Me Too raise is and how questionable the ethics around that are? Do they know that any increase negotiated will be applied to administrative staff, a group with a median total compensation of $158,000 a year? Is the board aware of the fact that OUSD has no turnover problems anywhere, and that the district has no idea why any employees leave because they don't ask? Is the board aware of the fact that the district has never done a salary survey of wages in our area, so they have no idea how pay rates compare? Lastly, is the board aware of all the great things that could be funded for our kids with money that instead gets used for extra raises for employees over and over again? We see in the reopeners the intent is to provide fair and equitable compensation competitive in the market. From the actual data, we can already do that. We're done. That should make the negotiations quick. The idea that our staff is underpaid and ready to leave at the drop of a hat is simply not true. Both are just not just misunderstandings, but outright falsehoods, because the people who say this actually do know the data, but choose to ignore it because it serves their interests. I would suggest the board take its financial oversight responsibilities seriously and pay attention to the data when negotiating new agreements. Let me be clear. I think our staff is great. I think they're second to none. I think they should be paid fairly. I'm fine with existing pay rates and raise schedules. What I'm not fine with is cutting from our kids to support pay and increase rates substantially higher than comparable in our area. A few years ago, I was asked where parents were in these negotiations. I asked where parents were in these negotiations. We're paying the bills. We're the ones the kids are hurt by cuts. I was told by a board member that he was my representative in this. It's true, however, I have to note that during the last election, there were 0 contributions disclosed to his campaign by parents, contrasting with 6,000 spent on his behalf by the union. I'd suggest all our boards start actually representing parents in these negotiations, not their campaign contributors. Let's do something different this time. Let's put our kids' interests first, not our district's interests. Thanks.
And do we have any more public comment?
Not on this item.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 10:40 p.m. We're going to move on to item 9B, proposed reopener by the Oceanside Teachers Association to negotiate with the Oceanside Unified School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Hi, Dr. Begin and board members. This is just the board's receipt of the negotiations proposal known as sunshine letters to the district from OTA to the district.
All right, so do we have any questions? This is standard. All right, I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. All in favor of accepting
Aye.
the proposed reopener? Aye.
Aye.
We have 4. Eric, did you weigh in? Aye. Okay. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. I know it's getting late. 9C, proposed reopener by the Oceanside Unified School District to negotiate with the Oceanside Teachers Association for the 2021-2022 school year.
Right, and this is the district's letter to OTA to engage in negotiations for next year's master contract.
Thank you. All right, I'll make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
First and second. All in favor of accepting? Say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Got 2 more, guys. 9D, proposed reopener by the California School Employees Association and its Chapter 370 to negotiate with the Oceanside Unified School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries 5-0. One more, 9E, proposed reopener for the Oceanside Unified School District to negotiate with California School Employees Association and its Chapter 370 for the 2021-2022 school year.
Move approval.
Second. All right, we have first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries
Aye.
5-0. Uh-oh. All right. Oh, we got one more. Sorry, I was on a different page. 9F, adoption of resolution number 32 for the 2021, reduction of classified positions and hours due to district reorganization.
Right, last year the district made a decision for reorganizing the ARC program. And so this is the effect of that with our classified employees. And since that time, we've worked hard and met with all the employees to do replacement. We've successfully managed to find positions for all of the classified ARC positions except for one. There is one layoff due to an employee being hired only in that position and they had no job rights to any other positions to go back into. So we did meet with them and explain that it's a layoff from that position. However, they're welcome to apply to other openings, which we have in the district. They would just need to go through our application process. And that's been explained to that one employee.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a quick question though on that. Does that, with everybody that moved and transitioned over, did they stay basically with the same amount of hours or did they lose because of it?
As much as we could match them, we put them into either the same or as similar positions as possible. There were some that had reduction in pay due to difference in hours.
All right, with no further discussion, all in favor of item 9F?
Aye.
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 Raquel?
Aye.
Aye, sorry, I didn't hear you on mute. All right, motion carries 5-0. Now we're moving on to item 11, business. Item 11A, acceptance of independent audit report for 2019-2020.
Thank you, President Begin. The California Education Code section requires that an independent audit be conducted annually for all school districts. The audit report is designed to provide citizens, taxpayers, students, investors, and creditors with a general overview of the district's finances and to show the district's accountability for the money it receives. After the final audit report is presented to the Board of Education for review, it will be submitted to the County Office of Education. It is recommended that the Board of Education accept the 2019-2020 Independent Audit Report.
I'll make a motion to.
I'll second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we have a choice?
Oh, what do you mean? You can vote no, yes? Do you have questions? Sorry.
We have this huge deficit.
With the audit
And legally,
report?
we have to, I guess, submit this, correct?
Right, the audit just goes through and makes sure that we're doing everything according to code, to our ed code, and then we report it out to you and let you know if there's anything that you should be concerned about or if there's any findings. So the board was sent the report a few weeks back and had a chance to review it then.
Yeah, I reviewed it several times. Okay. I guess I'll support. Since
All right, sorry to rush you. I didn't mean to do that, Eleanor. I
well,
apologize.
no, you didn't rush me. It's just that we'll talk later, but I'm not, $9 million is
Eleanor, to be clear, all you're doing is accepting the audit report. You're not approving any expenditures or disapproving of any, I can't think.
I understand.
Of any deficits.
Not
that
agreeing with
exist.
it.
Sorry, you're just acknowledging receipt of the report.
Thank
The
you.
audit report said we conducted business in the way we were supposed to conduct our business with our numbers, independent of what the numbers were. It said we accurately reflected what the situation was, and that's all it does.
All right, that motion carried 5-0. So we're moving on to item 11B, adopt resolution number 33, appoint members to the Measure W Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
Thank you, President Begin. Tonight, we are pleased to present 8 members for our Measure W Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, also known as Measure W CBOC. The following Oceanside community members have volunteered to serve on the CBOC in the following roles. We have Haley Wansley. She's an active member of an Oceanside business organization. Robbie Calderon-Haas, active member in the Senior Citizens Organization. Robert Camo Gleesberg, active member in a bona fide taxpayers association. Melissa Campbell and Melissa Johnson are parent, guardian, or caregiver of a current OUSD student. Jessica Strick is a parent, guardian, caregiver of an OUSD student and an active member in a parent-teacher organization. Then we have Gigi Gleason and Donald Gordon, who are community members. The district staff solicited applicants for at least 7 positions on the committee by posting information and applications for interested members. We did that on the district website. We received 8 applications, and we do recommend all applications as members to serve on the committee. It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 33 to authorize the appointment of the members to the Measure W Citizens Bond Oversight Committee.
I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you to those 8 people for volunteering.
I'll second that. Thank you, folks, for volunteering.
All right, all in favor?
Absolutely. Thank you. Aye.
Aye. All right,
Aye.
thank you. We're getting punchy here. We're almost done, guys. We got this. All right, item 12, policy development. 12A, approval of updates to board bylaw 9010 public statements.
Yes, so this is an update from CSBA, and I want to make it clear with the board that the language is verbatim based on the California School Board Association recommendation. Staff did not make any changes to the recommendations made by CSBA. The board, of course, has the right to make any changes to these policies, but I just want it to be clear that staff didn't write these, staff didn't create these, staff didn't modify these in any way. These are as put forward by CSBA.
I'd like to make a motion for an amendment to strike the last sentence of the first paragraph from the recommendation. I think it is redundant upon, like, it basically asks us to follow our own protocols, which is why we have protocols. And I also think it sets up a, I think it tries to be overly intimidating of making personal comments, and I think we are all very clear that when we speak outside, we are not speaking for the poor, we are speaking for ourselves. I just don't think it's necessary.
I have to kind of agree because it's kind of vague, misleading, confusing. So it's a
Yeah.
little bit of all that.
So we have public comment as well. I'm not sure if you guys want to hear it first. I noticed that.
Yes, can we have public comment first?
Yeah, I'm
please?
sorry. It's getting late. Todd, thanks for hanging in with us. Todd, would you like to get started?
Oh, this is easy. I just second Eric. That's all I was going to point out, is that it just seems like you're limiting your ability to agree or disagree with the board in ways to promote the board's ability to govern the district. It just seems like you wouldn't want to do that to yourself. But so that's the extent of my public comment. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for hanging in there.
I'm not tracking, or I needed you to read that again, Eric. Maybe I don't have it in front of me, actually. I got one. I got.
Let me read it so I can be clear that I'm understanding Eric. My brain stopped working. 1 minute ago, I didn't even realize we were here. So on the 9010 B, the public statements, Eric, where it starts on however, all the way to protocols, strike that part out. Okay, got it. So that's you made that as a motion?
Yes, and I second.
Okay. So Eric, do you see that, Mike? So
No,
on the
I haven't print that. Yes, but
it removes a redundant
does
remark.
staff have any?
No, staff has no issue with that at all. Zero.
Okay.
I agree that it makes a redundant statement.
All right, we have a first and second to amend it. All in favor?
Don't ever keep redundant, do we?
Oh no, we're not that.
All in favor of supporting that amendment?
Aye.
Aye. All right, guys, stay with me. We're almost there. All right, item 12B, approval of updates to board bylaw 9100 organization.
Yeah, same process as before. Updates from CSBA verbatim.
Does anybody have any modifications to this? Nope.
Move approval.
I'll second. All in favor of approving
Aye.
this update? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And then the next item is 13, public comments on non-agenda items. Anne, do we have anybody? She's looking.
No,
We do not, Stacy.
We do not. Okay, so we're moving right on to item 14, board staff discussion, because we haven't had enough of that tonight. Does anybody else have any thoughts or discussion items?
I just think that I would just on a point of personal privilege, should have said it earlier to Mr. Madison, that I did not receive any campaign contributions from anybody because I did not have a campaign committee when I ran. Contrary to what Todd had a campaign committee and raised money from whomever across the community, which is his right to do. But I did not raise any money for my campaign for school board race. Other people may have raised money on my behalf, but I had no control or any control of that whatsoever. So please clarify any statements you make in the future, Todd, about that fact. Thank you.
All right, anybody else?
No more.
Yeah, the only thing I would want to bring up is this year was our first year as a pilot program to have ethnic studies in both our high schools, which I'm really proud of the work that our team has done to get that going. So I would love an update in the next couple meetings about our future and how we're planning on expanding and how it went. I know it's been a powerful tool for those students to see themselves in their own local programming. So if we could see that sometime before this summer, yeah, so we can know what we're going into.
All right.
Unless I'm stepping over. Yeah, as soon as possible so that we can know what next year looks like. Yeah.
All right. Anybody else have any board discussions? I want to say thank you to my board colleagues for the engaging, robust conversations tonight. We all come from different perspectives and wear different hats and have different thoughts, but I like that we appreciate and listen to each other before we make decisions. So thank you.
Well, we appreciate you and we appreciate the board.
Yeah.
We love you.
Yep.
I
Yep.
just appreciate the staff for
Thank
hanging in there with us and
Yeah.
and amazing
Yeah.
data because oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, staff's been phenomenal.
All right. With that
Thanks for our
said,
fast turnaround on our next meeting.
yeah, we'll be talking. All right. So we are adjourned. Meeting's adjourned at 10:55 with 137 people on. Thank you for hanging in with us. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night.